Dude, it was so funny when like he had that girl on and he puked on the table, and then he's just like, I don't know what you're so mad about. And she's just like,
We
Dude.
seen the Eric Andre show.
Okay, there we go. Now we're firing on all cylinders.
all right. So I guess again, people aren't gonna forget not getting the vaccine because the idea is like,
Dude, I already got a COVID-19 thing on, on the profile.
it's legit, making sure people get the right
We
information.
haven't even started the stream. Oh, it's because it's in the title. That's probably why it took so long.
Yeah.
Anyways, keep going, Matthew.
Okay. So the idea is like, the people who get affected by this really, really bad. It's probably a very small amount of people. You know, a lot of people who die aren't really there to report this. A lot of people get infected and get like long COVID, stuff like that. They're
Is
probably.
there a lot of people that die?
I can show you right here.
I got the numbers right here. So, did
See?
you have a problem finding these numbers?
No, I just went to the CDC.
Dude, I went to every website and I was trying to find the number of deaths by year since COVID started.
I have numbers of deaths by. Well, it's. I don't know how much because I don't know if the death rates per year are actually like I know that they actually measure COVID.
Is it a higher death rate than like heart attacks have been killing people every year and other?
Not cancer and heart attacks are above this.
It's third.
It's I'll pull it up for 20. I think 2019. I think it's 2020 actually. I'll pull up the exact death rate.
Because I
The
feel
death rate or the amount of people who died?
like it's one of
What
those
does that
things
mean?
where
There's a total number of people who died, and then you can break that down by year, which I couldn't.
Oh yeah, the swim, but that's yeah. So I have just 2020 alone because I didn't need 21, 22 because like I just needed to show.
is 2020 fits your narrative.
Yeah, it absolutely does, and that's exactly why I did it.
I feel like it's one of those things where you kind of know the risks. It's like smoking. You can choose to smoke, but you know the risks.
Yeah.
Like
See,
I feel like it's kind of simple.
that's where the issue comes in. Like I don't know how much I want to push. I'll argue right now for the whole mandate thing, but in reality, I think it's probably a pretty complicated complicated topic. I had it up a minute ago. Okay, so I have it right here anyways. So basically the people who are really affected by it, it's not going to be that many, but there are going to be people who are like severely affected by it. And the idea is like, if you look back and you say like, all right, I could have either, there's a lot of people who died, a lot of people who got super, super sick and got like long COVID and everything. Why not just get the vaccine if it's like one simple jab? Like why are you so against
Hold on.
the idea of getting?
It wasn't one simple jab. There's been like 4 boosters since.
Okay, we can already be like the amount of boosters and everything.
Is it a vaccine?
What do you mean the vaccine?
Is it a vaccine?
Yeah, the vaccine. Yeah. I'm
It's
saying like
it's not a it's.
Well,
it's
the thing is,
actually a vaccine, or
we can talk
you're
about, like-
vaccinated.
what do you mean?
Like it's a proper vaccine. Like that's
Yeah.
what the
That's
proper.
that's what I'm saying.
name
I'm
for
saying,
it
like,
is.
Yeah, the vaccine. So basically, you get the vaccine,
Mhm.
and we can talk about like boosters and everything too, because there's data to show like what the boosters do. But typically, just one vaccine itself, just keeping that for like each variant, that does a lot to help you against like against COVID. It does a lot, and it's like you don't like a lot of people talk about like you can go and lose weight, you can do all these other things, but like just getting a shot isn't that
So,
hard.
so like a vaccine for each strand, right?
Yeah.
Great money making idea, just like the flu.
So
I'm fucking with you.
I was gonna say, I was like, dude, I don't know if I want to. You're making me like almost want to leave. No,
Whoa, hold on. True or not true though?
what? That it made the money.
No. Obviously, we know it made him money. Sorry, I touched your foot. You can put it
Thank
back. It is a great way to make money if you have a disease that you need to constantly keep coming out with. Whether, I'm not saying the data's wrong, nothing. I'm just saying, would you agree that, hey, this is way better? If you were just the greediest person alive, you're like, man, I'm so glad that this wasn't just one and done. There's all these variants we can produce
They
vaccines
set
for.
themselves up a nice subscription service.
Okay, so you can say there's all these other things, but like we can talk about intentions, the amount of money they make, and everything. But like the idea is like
You didn't answer my question though.
I am answering it. That's what I'm saying that like why would we look specifically at like the how much money they make, their intentions? Why don't we look at like, all right, what's the effects of this on the public, and what would a vaccine do to help us? And like we shows that like, hey, these other variants that come out, there's a major difference in them, like in the transmission rates and things like this. Like we need different vaccines to help us against these different variants.
Okay. So
Do you feel like the vaccine's like just giving people a pill instead of actually like trying to solve the like? Do you think there's other ways of improving people
So there are other
without
ways.
just giving them a vaccine?
I think there are absolutely other ways, but the idea is like you can't just say like you can't expect somebody to go and like let's say they're because one of the comorbidities was people being obese. The idea is like you can't just say like oh go lose a bunch of weight, don't get the vaccine because the idea is like 98% of people who are overweight or at least like morbidly obese, they don't come back from that. Like yeah, there's still 2%, but the idea is like it's so much easier and it's so much less of a life change to go get the vaccine than it is to go and lose 100 pounds. Or it is like there's so like instead of taking all these like, changes in fitness and making sure you have all this stuff, taking vitamins, you could just get a shot. Like it's almost like a no-brainer to me. Like unless you wanted to work out, unless you actually want to do that, you can do that. But how about in the meantime, you just get the vaccine?
so do the thing that's better in the short term than the long term.
No, I mean like I'm not saying you can't do fitness, but like I wouldn't use the looming threat of getting long COVID or death just to like try and like get my fitness. I would rather just get the vaccine and then go and work out.
Do you think it should have been mandated for 18 to 25-year-olds that are healthy?
I think that it should be definitely run on a more local level because it is like if I live in the middle of like Omaha, in the middle of nowhere on a farm, I don't need the vaccine. But if I live in a city and there's a high transmission rate within the city because I'm always packed in with a bunch of people, or if I'm working at a company and this company wants me to get the vaccine because we're really tightly packed together in an office, I think that makes sense. I think that's an easy that makes sense to me why someone would want them to get the vaccine. But I don't know when it comes to any kind of state mandate or any kind of like even local mandate. I think it's a hard argument to make.
So
But definitely, but like the companies or anything like that, your workplaces can easily mandate that. I'm perfectly fine with that.
So to kind of answer your question, in 2020, the amount of deaths were 352,000. In 2021, they were 353,000. And as far as September 2022, there's 225,000. So we're most likely going to hit the 300,000 mark of deaths.
Yep.
If 80%, and I would say it possibly could be more, of people in the US have been vaccinated, shouldn't those numbers have gone down a lot? Because my argument, and the argument that I've been hearing lately in the whole vaccine, COVID, and all that type of stuff, is the vaccine doesn't necessarily protect you from getting COVID. It protects you from being hospitalized and dying from COVID.
Okay.
And we'll have to see how the numbers turn out.
We know how well the numbers for like we can talk about the alpha and delta variant. Obviously, like the newer ones, I think it's very difficult. But the alpha and delta vaccines definitely they've been proven to slow down the transmission of it. Now people argue like, well, the alpha and
I need to stop you right there.
okay.
Pete Kelmer, a Pfizer official, admitted that the vax was never tested to stop transmission.
Okay, so why are I've seen this article. I have the actual link to the video right here. I believe it was Janine Small that actually said that.
So two people said it.
Okay.
The one girl, the head was supposed to, in the UK, the girl was supposed to go, or the CEO or whatever,
Yep.
and he dipped out and the girl stepped in.
Yep.
She has her quote, her answer. He said, give me a yes or no answer. She said no.
Okay. So how do we test for transmission? Like what is the process for it? Do we actually test for transmission or do we test for like infection rates? And then based off infection rates, if we can get people to stop showing like symptoms, then like there's so many questions I have here about like what the question means or why they're answering it. Like there's so much context around this. Why are we talking about the CEO saying all this stuff? Why don't we just say like, hey, how about we look at the studies they had and they shows like that the transmission rates.
Did they advertise that once you're vaccinated, you no longer need to wear a mask? And if it isn't wearing a mask stopping transmission?
Okay, you can say that, but the idea is like there's so many other like just saying like they tested for transmission rate. There's a lot more to that than just saying they didn't test for it. Like they may have known, they may have logically followed that like, hey, if you're not coughing, if you're not sneezing, if you're not showing these symptoms, then it's going to lower the transmission rate. You know what I'm saying? But like the idea is like they obviously didn't say it's going to stop from what's it called whatsoever. Like that's not true. They didn't say like you're going to 100% never be able to like it's never like they never said that it was actually going to 100% work to stop transmission.
And December 10th, 2020, the study done by Pfizer and BioNTech, published and funded into those are the two companies that funded it. Their study was published in the New England Journal of medical studies on December 10th, 2020. It did not include any transmission effectiveness data. It talked about 95% protection in contracting COVID, and then there was all these quote unquote breakthrough cases that broke through the vaccine. Now, obviously you're right. There's all these things about it. Did they study it? How could they have studied it? Yada, 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 right? The narrative that was posted in the media was it protects against transmission. It protects before there was
Did they
ever.
say it 100% protects against?
That's what all the news media.
Then why would they
people
talk about like herd
said.
immunity?
All the news, I'm just telling you what I have seen, what I have heard, what I have read. All the news media, it was all this. It protects against transmission. It protects against transmission. It protects against.
Well, it does protect against transmission. It does. That's what the study. That even studies afterwards have proven that it did.
I know. Afterwards.
Okay,
I'm not
but even
I'm
at
not,
the time,
I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying when, but this was before they even got the emergency authorization.
Yep.
Before they never even did a study. They never even looked into the transmission effectiveness
Okay.
of the vaccine. And the news was already saying if you get the vaccine, there's no transmission. It stops with you.
Okay. So
That's not true.
this is like a big issue. It's like there's probably, if you look at it, there's probably a really like big amount of data that shows like logically it follows that this would stop the transmission. There's not. It's like there may be no critical data to show this. There may be no study to show this. But with what they put $2 billion of research into this, I can't imagine that they would be like, oh, we didn't test anything to do with transmission whatsoever. I would imagine there's something in there, but the way they test these transmission like rates, it could be that like they test something else and it covers a form of transmission, but they never did those studies because they realized that they were unnecessary for the actual vaccine. Like I don't know exactly what that is, but it's very difficult for me to imagine that like they're just like, oh, we're just gonna completely lie about this and everyone's just gonna believe us and it's gonna come out and it just happens to be true. You know?
The CDC says that the vaccine prevents/stops transmission.
It doesn't entirely stop, but it prevents it. It does.
Pfizer says they don't know.
What do you mean by Pfizer says they don't know?
That's,
At the time,
that's what was stated. That's all. I just read an article and it just had that piece right there in the middle of it, and I pulled that for a note because I had 20 minutes until you got here.
Okay, so I would have to look more into that, but the idea is like,
Okay. Let's say you don't have to look more into that. Let's say what I just said is exactly true.
okay,
On Pfizer's website, it says we don't know if the vaccine stops transmission, and this is a hypothetical. And the CDC says, hey, the vaccine does do this.
so
So now Pfizer and the CDC disagree with each other.
okay, it's not that they disagree with each other necessarily. It's probably the fact that there's just no like critical data or any actual study specifically on the transmission of the virus. Pfizer probably knew that it would stop transition, but the idea is like they didn't have any data, so they say I don't know. But the idea is the CDC probably looked into it and they said like, hey, technically it'll logically follow that if we do these things, it'll stop the transmission. Because that's the whole point of the vaccine.
You're not answering my question though.
I am answering your question. That's it from that's my understanding of the scenario is that just because they don't have like data or something doesn't mean that they don't know entirely. Like they can say they don't know. Like that's why with masks they said like they didn't say masks don't work. They just said we have no data on masks.
Okay. If I ask you, Matthew, give me this such and such truth, and you say I don't know, and then I go and I say, hey, Matthew says that his product will do X.
Okay. See, now it's an issue because it's like you're saying they don't know, but could they be saying they don't know because they don't have the data themselves?
Okay, so then if they don't know and they don't have the data, then how does the CDC know?
Because there could be some other like thing there that says like, hey, if we do this, then it will cover the sort of transmission. Like it'll help with transmission.
So you're telling me that
Because the whole point of the vaccine wasn't necessarily to stop the deaths. It was specifically to stop the transmission. And I can't imagine they never did any research whatsoever into this entire like transmission process. Like they're just gonna go up there and be like, yeah, we just didn't do anything like that. We just completely lied. Like it seems ridiculous to me.
it seems ridiculous that politicians and heads of big massive
That's not just
corporations would lie.
politicians, though.
I said heads of big massive corporations would lie.
All right. So you're kind of railroading me down this one thing. I said what I said what I think. I have to probably read more into this because right now you're reading an article. You're reading like a few things that they said. I don't know exactly the entire scenario, but the idea is like it could be the case that like basically like the CDC looked into this and they said like, hey, by lowering the infection rate, this lowers the transmission rate. Okay, but then Pfizer came out and they could have been like, well, we don't necessarily want to say that right now. It seems pretty obvious that that's the case, but we don't want to like land our boots there and say like, why don't we just test the transmission rates after? Like, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, and to me, it makes sense that people could have lied, cheated, stole.
So you're saying that like,
I'm saying they could have. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they did. I'm not saying that they're the best thing ever.
the problem is like when you say like they could have, they could like it's very difficult because I need you to stand on these points. So you're saying that like you don't actually believe that. You're just saying it's possible, but I actually believe that they did. They did know that the transmission rate would actually like.
I'm not sure, but I could
You know-
totally see them doing it.
Okay,
And I could totally see them doing it your way too. I'm just asking you to concede to me that yes, that is a possibility. And I'm saying what you're saying is yes, it's a possibility.
I don't want to say it's a possibility because I don't know everything about that. But from what you've said, it makes sense. That like
Hold on.
because it's so unfathomable to me. I can't possibly imagine that they would put $2 billion into this and they wouldn't test the transmission rate whatsoever. There'd be no idea
No,
right now.
I'm specifically only saying you don't think it's a possibility that one of these heads of these corporations or big massive government companies lied.
The entire study would have to be a lie. Everything would have to be a lie at that point.
No, just lied about, even if it was a small, I don't want to say a major, but I don't want to say like, oh, they lied, said it would be $5 and it was $4. But you don't think they lie at all.
I'm not saying they don't lie at all. What I'm saying is in this specific scenario, it makes sense that like they would do some sort of idea or some sort of study on transmission. I can't imagine a world, which is why I'm thinking they didn't like specifically say they didn't lie. Is because I'm like I can't imagine that they would put $2 billion into this and only make sure it doesn't kill people. Like that just seems ridiculous to me. Like they could never like the CDC would have to look over this, understand it. The CDC wouldn't be like, oh, actually, all your data has nothing to do with transmission, which is the main thing we're trying to help with, and we're just going to pass this off. Like that seems crazy. There's so many checks and balances that they would have to like skip over.
I read also in an article that the percentage difference between people who had COVID and people who got the vaccine was very, very small, like 0.5% different or 0.1% different of being like hospitalized or having symptoms or whatever.
What do you mean? Like people who got COVID and people who had the vaccine, like there's no difference with people who got like.
I can't remember if it was transmitting it or getting it again or something like that.
Okay, I haven't seen any studies on that. The CDC shows deaths and actual cases of like infections for COVID for people who actually got the vaccine and people who didn't get the vaccine. And there's specific points that show like people get infected less and people die a lot less. It's like 1/10 the rate. The infection rate is like half to like a quarter.
Hold on. You just said they die a lot less. There's only 100,000 less deaths in this year. And we went from having 0 people vaccinated to having 80% of the people vaccinated.
Okay, so that probably means the people who aren't vaccinated are dying at higher rates. Because they just like, how can these two things be like? The idea is like,
I'm using just a very. I'll go ahead and just say I'm using a very simplistic argument here, and it's very just like, hey, why this, why that, and it's mostly just questions. I'll totally concede that.
no, yeah. So, the idea is like, you can say like there's like 100,000 people less dying this year, and people are more vaccinated. If I have that data, and I also have the fact that 80% of people are vaccinated, and the people who are vaccinated are dying less, that probably means the people who aren't vaccinated are probably dying at higher rates. There's a larger like that 20% of the population, 30%, wherever it is, are probably dying high rates. It was underreported initially.
I would say, well, almost everybody who didn't get the vaccine has already had COVID.
What do you mean like that? Well, there's different variants too as well. Like it's more than just like
most of the people who had it once, they get it once. I know somebody who had it 3 times. I know there are people like that.
Okay.
But
so my problem is like,
and as the variants have gone on, they've gotten less severe.
Okay, so my problem is like, where are you going? Are you saying that like the vaccine never worked?
No.
Okay, so what's the point of like
it's not as good as they said it was.
The vaccine?
Yeah.
But they show data for like there's this people who have the vaccine who die at this rate, and people who don't have the vaccine that die at this rate. Like how can we like if you're seeing the exact data, like you have to argue that data is wrong or that it is like misled.
I'm just looking at the numbers, And I'm like, if there's so many more people, so in the beginning, was it only people who? So right now, what you're saying is only people who are unvaccinated are dying this year.
I'm not saying only those people. I'm saying it's
Okay,
probably a
so
larger portion of
way more
but
people.
I am assuming there too.
Way more people who are unvaccinated are dying. Of this 225,000 who died, way more are dying. Okay. Let me put this to you. If way more unvaccinated people are dying, right? Then the percentage of people who aren't or who are vaccinated, where are they getting it from?
What do you mean, where are they getting what from?
If so many more people are vaccinated and they can't transmit COVID,
it's not that they can't transmit. There's lesser of a chance that they could.
possibly. And there's a couple of things that I've seen, and I didn't write them down because I listened to them in a podcast. Kill me. That a lot of people were saying, the transmission rates and stuff like that, they're not what they seem. Here's the data. Here's the studies, and it's very difficult. I'm being honest. I tried looking for them. I'm gonna be 1,000,000% honest. And maybe this person was talking out of their ass, and there never was a study. But I couldn't find them today when I was looking for them.
Okay, it's typically if they don't like the study, it's almost always very hard to find stuff like that. But to explain transmission rates are specifically linked to an R naught variable. With every single study ever, they'll say R naught, and that's basically like a simple like factor to show like if I get infected, how many people am I infecting? If it's 2, when I get infected, I infect 2 people. You know, if it's 3, I infect 3 people. The idea is like this is a value to show the actual transmission rates. Typically, the flu is from 0 to 2. Okay. But the alpha variant was like 2.6, which is still a very high variable. But right now, but whenever it came to the delta variant, it was 5.7. So it could be possible that this vaccine is getting more and more and more transmissible, which is causing those higher death rates. But the idea is, when you look at like 2 to 5.7, it's not just like, oh, where you're doing this many more people. This R naught, if you think about it, is an exponent variable. So this is exponential growth. This isn't just like, well, if it goes from 2 to 4, then that means 4 people are dying. No, it's like every single time someone gets infected, that's 2 more people on top of that. So the idea is like 5.7 is extremely high infect.
I'd really like to look at that data.
What do you mean? Like the actual like
I understand how they go about it.
Yeah, and that's why the herd immunity is so
But I think it would be very difficult to say, Matthew, you got the vaccine and got sick. I didn't get the vaccine and I got sick, and I infected 2 people and you infected 5 people, or vice versa.
No, yeah, it's not like that's like it's not like every single person is going to be only 2 people. You know, some people like there's like super spreaders, all these different things. But talks like some people spread the vaccine more, some people don't spread the vaccine at all. But the idea is like, or not the vaccine, the COVID, whatever.
Yeah, they spread the vaccine very good.
Yeah, they spread it. So we can talk about like infection rates and everything, but like this is also like a very defined study. They do this with like, this is the overall deaths.
No, that's comparing vaccinated to unvaccinated. That's just the
transmission
study in Texas.
Or just the amount of infection rates.
Deaths and whatever, and then that bottom one's the last 30 days.
Okay, so to kind of like,
can you explain what that shows?
That's just in Texas. I'm showing the infection and death rates.
I'm not sure. I just Googled that really quick.
I have one right here. I can pull up myself.
Dude, I am getting old because I'm going to have to look so close now. 10 times more likely to test positively for COVID, 26 times more likely to die of COVID-19 associated illness. Fully vaccinated, unvaccinated.
So, I mean, technically it is better to be vaccinated, but like...
See, the problem, and the main reason why everyone pushes for mandates, or the reason why everyone pushes for this sort of like thing, is because obviously I just explained transmissibility number. If we have 30 or 40% of the population, and it's like a 2.7, then if 70% of the population gets pushed for like basically they get vaccinated, and it lowers the transmission rate, we can theoretically calculate a certain amount that would kind of eliminate COVID. But the idea is like there's so many people who don't get vaccinated, and then the R naught number is going up, so the transmission abilities are going up, and then it causes more variants. Like right now, it's like compounding. There's more and more variants being created, and everyone complains like, well, they said that we only needed 70% of people vaccinated. Now it's like then 80%, 85%. They're pushing it up. It's like, well, when people don't get vaccinated, the R naught increases because of the different mutations, and then we need a higher herd immunity number.
On a second thing too, and I'm not trying to run away from that, but there are a couple of issues with a spike protein getting into other parts of the body and causing issues and stuff like that. There are probably going to be some more long-term issues
with the
and
vaccine.
yeah, with the vaccine. And those are newer, they're like just now new studies coming out saying that there's cardiovascular risk and there's wherever spike proteins are made in the
Yeah.
certain body or organ types, there's some people showing issues with that
Okay, so
longer
I don't want to.
term.
I don't want to like completely deny that, but like, I don't think it's a good idea to start on new studies and say this is like perfect evidence. I think like typically, almost all vaccines we ever had in history, you'll see these like bad signs or any massive issues within about 2 months. Like this is like typically this is for like almost all of it. This is like kind of like the basic dictionary definition of vaccine or whatever. So, from my understanding, the rates of actually getting like side effects or big issues from the vaccine, it's extremely low. It's one of like this is one of the most tested, like one of the most highest rolled out vaccines in history, and we're seeing really really low rates
Hold
of side
on.
effects.
This is actually. Are you saying vaccines in general are very highly tested and there's a lot of
I'm
data
saying
on
this
it?
vaccine is one of the highest tested vaccines in all of history
Yeah, and do you know why?
because we needed it. It was like basically like everyone needed it for COVID.
Okay, other than that.
I don't know. I don't know what you're gonna say.
Because this isn't a traditional vaccine.
Okay, it may not be a traditional vaccine, but that doesn't mean that like we test it in certain like basically similar ways.
No, I understand. But this is a new type of vaccine.
Okay.
Because I'm not I'm not saying you're wrong with anything.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is this is an mRNA vaccine. They're relatively new technology.
Okay, we can say it's all relatively new. We can say all this stuff, but like, how about we just look at the actual end product of like, hey, if this is like really bad or this is good for us, it may be a new vaccine, maybe whatever it is. How about we just look at the side effects, determine the side effects, and then determine based off the side effects whether or not we should mandate it to society based off like transmissibility. Like we should have like we should talk about this in more like intelligent conversation. Like, hey, this is a new vaccine, we should take it. Or like, hey, I know this one person did this thing this one time, and they got hurt from
No,
the
yeah,
vaccine.
sure. There's
Yeah.
probably plenty of people who need to take the vaccine.
Yeah.
Sure. But again, same thing we talked about a lot of stuff before is there's a lot of studies done on super healthy people who are the young people studies that came out, the younger generation, and there's new studies that came out saying they typically don't really necessarily need it because they'll get through it just fine. You know,
Yeah, and that's there could be like 2% of people who probably don't need it, who might be like who probably be okay.
yeah.
But,
So certainly older people, yeah, sure, go get it. Now I know there hasn't been any studies done, but there's issues with older people and like brain activity, and I have my own personal sources from hospitals that say that that's kind of been an issue that they've seen that they're studying. Studies haven't came out yet, but
I see. I can't if a study hasn't come out yet.
yeah,
Or
you don't know.
yeah, you have no like. I don't want to act upon that, and I don't want to consider. I can't grapple with it. Is what I'm saying. Like it's impossible for me to know anything. Like yeah, we can like maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but like
Hold on. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
Just as a basic thing, if you had to make a decision and there's no studies about it, how do you go about that then? And I'm generally asking.
If I had to make a decision, like, and there's no, obviously you go speak to your doctor, like something like that. If this is like something like a vaccine where there's no data whatsoever, you don't know anything about it, probably just talk to your doctor. Your doctor might know something like more about it than you do.
Okay. And what if there was anecdotal stuff but no formal studies done?
I would probably still talk to my doctor, but I probably wouldn't like.
No, I'm sure. Like doctors saying, like, hey, we've had this person. There's no massive studies done, but we have these people, these certain anecdotal things. Do you go with that information, or do you just say, hey, sorry, I can't make a choice because I haven't seen the study
Right,
yet?
if there's no studies and there's no doctors to talk to, and I only had anecdotal evidence, I'd probably listen to anecdotal evidence. That's not like a horrible thing.
Yeah.
You know? So I can.
So I've listened to so many different debates, and everyone always tries to like, oh, that's anecdotal, can't use it, and I'm like,
You really no, but when there's studies, you can't use anecdotal evidence.
no, you can't. I'm not saying it proves anything.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it's still part of it's still information. It's still data.
But the problem is,
I understand what people do with it.
yeah,
They try to build a foundation on anecdotal data and it doesn't work. I get that.
no, but any amount of anecdotal evidence that you accept or you take in creates a bias like within your actual like the way you look about studies, the way you go about things. Like it's you need to like kind of like take that and push that aside and say like overall what do we actually see about these studies, and then you can also argue like whether or not there's like validity of the studies, all these different things, but like we can't take specific anecdotal evidence and then put that with the studies side by side like they're even things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there's also sometimes the anecdotal evidence that proves the study, or it piggybacks the study and makes it look either better.
Okay.
So hold on, real quick. If you had a substantial amount, whatever quantifiable number that is,
Yep.
of anecdotal evidence, and you had a study that said X, Y, or Z,
Mm-hmm.
right? Would you say, oh, hey, that makes sense because I saw the study and the anecdotal evidence lines up with it?
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily wrong to like say those two things like coincide, I guess.
Sure.
But I would never let if there was like something slightly different about this like the anecdotal evidence in the study, I would never let the anecdotal evidence overtake the study.
You overtake it, but it would make you question it.
What do you, okay,
That
I see where you're going with this.
I'm not trying to make you like a gotcha. I'm just saying like, why is it this huge thing? Like, if an anecdote, because I've seen people do this in debates. They take studies, good study, good science, whatever,
Yep.
and they have like most of the time what happens is it's and I know you wanted to say something, and so I'm sorry.
I'm waiting for the proper time. I'm gonna let you guys go.
I'm
not gonna jump because I'm jumping subjects, kind of.
Okay. I've seen like doctors, they have their own patients, right?
Yep.
And I've served, 1,000 patients in my clinic or whatever, and here's the study, and the study says this,
Mm-hmm.
and then I get my patients, and their anecdotes kind of prove this study.
There's like whenever they say symptoms, right? Or what are you saying? Like
Whatever treatment, if a new study comes out about a certain treatment or a certain way, I'll just use diet for an example. This diet, it's better than this one. I've put this many people through it.
Mhm.
And this study says that this diet is most likely the best way to go about things. I put this many people through it. I've had a 95% success rate. Now, if somebody comes to them and they go, oh, hey, I have my clinic and we did it this way and I don't have data, but a lot of people who in my clinic who used that treatment or that diet or whatever, they didn't get better.
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't there be well, how come you took your anecdotal evidence, even if it was a decent amount, good science, good evidence, and you used it to prove your data that you had, but now I'm taking my anecdotal data and you just throw it off the table like, no, it's anecdotes. You don't have a study to show it. And it's like, I understand that, and I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but why is it thrown off the table so fast, so quickly, and not like, hey, maybe there's something there. Maybe we should look into that. Maybe we should look a little bit deeper.
Okay.
Maybe we should do a larger study to figure out why that happened to you.
Okay. I want to say, so you just said a lot there. I have like 3 things I want to get through before like we kind of like break them down because you just said a lot there. I want to say a lot back. So, first thing, whenever there's like actual studies done, typically it's not just like you go back through history and you're like, hey, actually these specific things actually work for this. Like you don't look back and look at what worked and what didn't work, especially in like the medical field. What they do is they do, instead of retrospective studies, they do prospective studies. You probably know all about this. They do like double blind to make sure they account for like all these. There's so many things to account for there. There's so many like anecdotal evidence. It's good, but like it's difficult to grapple with because if it's retrospective, if you're looking back on it, there's so many things that you don't really account for. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, this is different than what we're talking about, like specific stories where you hear about this one thing in this one hospital that does this, or like we hear about people who got the vaccine, who got these like things. It's not just like we have this massive amount of data for it. It's like, well, we hear these stories. You know what I'm saying? And like you can say like everyone hears these stories, but like, well, all these people want these stories to be true. Like if I came back to you, I'm like,
you can't say that though. You can't say these people just want this to be true. So then that way,
okay, so
just continue or doesn't account for what they say doesn't matter.
okay, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is like, okay, so let's look at it like this. If I gave you an anecdote and I was like, hey Dallas, so I heard about this person, like all these people who get the vaccines, and like it works out really, really well for them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or like I hear about anecdotes and I give anecdotes on the other side. I feel like a lot of these people, especially like people on the right, which it doesn't necessarily have to be you, they don't believe these other things. Or like whenever I show them data specifically for like, hey, the side effects of the vaccines aren't really that massive. they go out of their way, make sure like, all right, well, I have this antidote to fight against it. Like, I'm not going to believe that. I'm not going to believe what you're saying. I'm going to like, they go out of the way to make sure to prove every single part of that's right. And they say, why? But instead of like, whenever they hear this anecdote, they're like, I believe that wholeheartedly.
I didn't do that at all.
Okay. But that's the problem with like, that's what people are doing. Like, that's why there's so many anti-vaxxers.
I'm with you. Let me ask you this, right? And I'm this whole thing got politicized as far as treatments and COVID and all that. Yeah, I know. Michael says Scott he wants to hear more of you, and I'm sorry. The Joe Rogan thing with his treatment that he got, right? It worked, and there's many people that did his treatment.
His ivermectin. Ivermectin is proved not to work.
No.
Or what are you saying?
He did a full slew of things.
Okay.
That he said his words. I threw the kitchen sink at it. He got better very quick, very quick.
Okay.
Tim Pool got COVID. He got the same treatment from the same doctor, right? There was no broad studies done, and I understand money, I understand time, and understand effort, but how come that wasn't also looked at? Like, take the anecdote and look into that more.
No, I understand that. I think I don't have the studies on hand, but I think they did look into that. But I think what the main thing you need to look at is, well, yeah, like Joe Rogan can say these things, like Tim Pool can say like they did these programs and they may have worked, they may have not worked, but we don't know really why they did or why they didn't.
So let's figure it out.
Okay. I think there are studies though done to show like whether or not like fitness helps, whether or not like vitamin C helps. Like every time there's something new that we think that we can help with the vaccine or not like COVID, we do these studies. It's not like they don't exist at all, you know? And like Joe Rogan even pushed for like ivermectin and stuff like that. These are proven not to work anymore. Like they showed like there's like the data is either null or hurts them.
And who are the people paying for the studies? I'm not trying to be that person, but seriously, if you owned a company, would you pay for studies to prove that your product didn't work if it were true?
No, so we obviously have large organizations who go through and like have checks and balances. Like obviously, if I'm from one university and I hear about this other study, I'm not going to go and be like, oh, I'm just going to go say that study's right because I want to back them. The idea is like we have people who like to say that the entire system of like the CDC, the people who do studies at universities, all these people to say they're disingenuous and they're doing this because they're getting like maybe paid off or just because they just want to be like right. Like it doesn't seem like a valid claim to me.
Has it ever happened before?
Maybe not. I don't think the extent of which like they purposely published like crazy studies and then never went back on them. Like I think that like
that happened with reefer madness with hemp. They started making hemp paper, and the paper industry they're making it out of trees.
When was this?
I don't know. I think if I'm right in the 1920s, but I'm not sure. But they came out with a thing like demonizing marijuana, so they basically stopped making hemp paper. They didn't make hemp paper.
Okay, so this goes back
and hemp fenders for cars.
Everything.
I don't want to just deny that because it's from the 1920s, but obviously it's from the 1920s. There's probably, I would like to imagine, there's less checks there than there are nowadays. But also, it's very difficult to go and say like these people being paid off. They're specifically doing these studies. Like, how about we just look at like the rates of which like what this affects? Like we can't keep on looking at like the causes or like the intentions and all this stuff. We can't keep on like piling that up without any actual like proof of like, hey, these people lied about this, or these people did like horrible things. Like, they purposely did it. Like, we need like solid evidence for like.
And you're right. And the only way we're gonna figure that out is people in 3020 going, hey, back in 2020 they fucked all this shit up.
But
if there's any tomfoolery going on, 100 years from now they'll know. We will probably never know. Okay. Just like the whole hemp industry stuff didn't come out until it got blasted now. And so I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying, if there ever was anything going on behind the scenes or whatever, we ain't ever gonna find out for a long period of time at a bare minimum.
Okay, but does that affect your decision now? Do you think that people shouldn't get the vaccine because there could be this possibility of them going for money and creating false studies?
I didn't get the vaccine because I had already had COVID. And there are studies that say that it is not that much more beneficial for you to get it if you've already had it and you're healthy and you're young.
Yeah. Okay.
I think what it ultimately boils down to is like a my body, my choice type of deal, where if you want to get vaccinated
But that's not.
and protect yourself, that's fine. It's up to you personally. I don't think the government should mandate anything or have anything to do with it
But do you think it's a big
that
deal?
way. You can explain to people the benefits of it and show them things, but it's ultimately their choice. I don't think the government should make you do anything.
Okay, but
Whether you get vaccinated is up to you because it should protect you. If you're vaccinated, it should protect you.
yep.
You really think so? And then you shouldn't be worried about me or anybody else, whether I'm vaccinated or not.
I think that would be true if it didn't affect the transmission rates as much as it did. Like right now, there's a lot of people dying. And
But if you're vaccinated, you did your part. You protected yourself.
but that's not the point. Is
Yeah, can you explain that? I don't like if you like you Matthew, you go, you're like, hey, I'm worried about this. I don't want to get sick. You go and get the vaccine. Are you protected? Yes or no? And this is just, I'm sure there's a billion articles about this, and I just haven't read them.
well, it's not about articles. Like we can read the CDC.
Whatever the CDC, whatever
You're
it is.
1/10 likely to die. But the idea
No,
is,
no, no. You don't want to get sick.
Yep.
So you go and get the vaccine.
Okay.
So you are good, right?
Well,
And then you would still be afraid of somebody who isn't vaccinated affecting you still.
Yeah.
And then it comes down to like, am I obligated to keep you safe? You know, like
but okay. So the argument, obviously, like I'm not saying there should be a mandate. I'm not saying there should be, but to deny like we need to understand that like even people who aren't vaccinated, they cause these rates to go up. They cause like just like large spike in like the what is it like the mutations of the virus, and they cause it to stick around for longer. And even people who are vaccinated, it's not like they're completely like resistant against it. 1/10 die. It reduces the infection rates by like about 50%, but they still also get sick. It's like why? My problem is like I can see the understanding of like I want this mandate. I want this. I want to make sure that we have herd immunity. I want to get.
But if I go out, say if I have the flu and I go to the grocery store and give somebody the flu and they die, is that, you know,
yeah, that and
like how far are we going to be taking this?
so
It's such a minimal disease that it,
what did COVID?
yes.
It's killed a million.
Once you're
over a million.
vaccinated,
People.
once you're vaccinated, you shouldn't have to worry about it.
So
What's the death rate after vaccination compared to like the flu or anything
it's
else?
if you have 1/10 the chance of dying. If you have the vaccination, so like let's say like 100 people died today,
Mhm.
only 10 of those, about like 10% of those, or 10 of those people would be like vaccinated. If that makes sense. So like it is 1/10. It is a lower chance, but the idea is like we're still spreading that.
That's just kind of that's almost just how society has to run though.
But do you think there's a conversation there to be had for like we can talk about like mandating vaccines in some areas, or like
No.
so where do you think the
No, the government
do you
shouldn't
think-
mandate anything
okay, so
like
what
that.
about workplaces? Do you think workplaces should be able to mandate?
Can workplaces mandate abortions?
I don't think they can mandate abortions. I don't know.
Can they mandate you do something medically to your body?
Should workplaces be able to mandate that you can't get an abortion, or are you saying mandate?
Either or.
I feel like that's a separate subject in a way.
I think it
But
absolutely.
it's
Fair
part
to
of a woman's body. I mean, yeah, it could be separate,
But-
but
The idea is like an abortion doesn't directly affect like the people around them, if that makes sense. Like it doesn't like if I know someone has COVID, they can get me sick. I could be out for a week, you know.
touche.
But like also, it's like technically you can say that companies are pretty shitty for being like everyone else gets vaccinated if you don't like if it really is something that's not a big deal. But I think we do have to reserve that right to the company itself. Like I think that the company can do like if they're a shitty company, you kind of have to just like quit.
I think that comes down to the state level too. Then
Yeah.
Everyone, and I would say this wholeheartedly. I think that if you have a conviction and you have the balls enough to stand by your conviction, then you'll either be fired or you'll quit if they mandate you to do anything you don't necessarily believe in. COVID aside,
Mhm.
you know, if somebody said, "Hey, you're not allowed to pray silently to yourself in the cafeteria while you're having lunch," I'd be like, "Well, then fire me for it."
Mhm.
I'd stand by my own conviction. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So there's two other topics I wanted to get to
On the COVID thing.
on COVID. One is fake deaths. I want to know your opinion on it, whether or not you believe that's true. I know back then you believed it was true, or
Fake,
you
fake deaths.
Like the idea is like that in the beginning they were faking the number of deaths or they were upping the rate than what it normally was in hospitals.
I'll tell you what I heard. I heard hospitals were receiving money for every COVID patient that died.
Okay. Do you think that caused them to up the rates of like, would you go out and say like, oh yeah, they were definitely upping the rates. They were saying people died of COVID when they didn't. Do you think that's like
I don't know that to be true.
Okay.
It seems that I've heard, but I'm not sure if it's true, that if you have COVID and then you get hit by a bus, you died with COVID, so they counted it as a COVID death. Is that true, or
That's
do you
so
know any statistics
I want to be
on that?
like very clear. Like that's not true. Like it's not like COVID has to be a specific player within the death. And the idea is like
Yeah, like if the person had a heart attack or some sort of lung disease and COVID
Yeah.
exasperated it,
Yeah.
they would mark it as a COVID death.
okay, yeah. But the idea is like this was a very big story pushed by people. A lot of people did believe this, and I think that whenever you bring up like anecdotal evidence, when you bring up like things like, oh, I heard this one time, this one guy, that you're almost like propelling this sort of like narrative of like the government's doing like very horrible stuff. When you can just look at like the death rate, you can see the numbers, you can see like, well, if there's all these like COVID deaths,
I'll get to you, Michael. Just give me a second.
if it goes up by like 50%, if there's like an extra 100,000 people, that 100,000 would be pulled from statistics would easily show like, well, now there's like literally no one dying of lung cancer. Like, what's going on? You know, like there specifically would be like data points or areas where code would be pulling from that we would see. So the idea is like, with the numbers I've seen, I have the numbers right here from like 18, 19, 20, from like the years. The numbers didn't pull from anywhere. These numbers were completely valid, but there was a lot of push for like, oh, it was fake deaths. It was fake. Like there's a lot of like almost like false, I guess, media in general, and a lot of people push for this idea that there was like fake deaths, even though they had no idea whether or not this was true. But they're gonna go back and say like the vaccine causes the side effects. It could kill people. I heard about this one story, this one time, but this one thing. Like they're so easy to believe that, but they when it comes to studies, like they're not gonna believe the studies.
Do you believe it could have happened once?
What do you mean? That was like overreported?
No. Do you believe that a hospital or a doctor or whatever
Intentionally did that?
intentionally said like, oh, hey, this person had this sort of thing and they kind of had COVID in their system a little bit, but we don't really know if it like was the sole main cause and or it really pushed it, but we're going to go ahead and say that it did so we can get the money.
I don't think it's impossible, but from the procedures that I've seen, they specifically had like they did COVID tests, I think like later on, and it's not like the rates changed necessarily, but like if it's possible that it did, it's extremely low rates and completely like negligible.
Yep. Yeah, I could agree to that.
Yeah.
Michael's comment was, why do you think it got so politicized? I think that's the most odd thing about this whole COVID pandemic thing. Why did it become a one side versus the other? And I have what I think about that is it was because of Trump. I don't think you can change my opinion on that at all, because the whole political climate in 2016 absolutely exploded.
Yeah.
And if this was Obama or Bush and the whole COVID thing happened, I think there would be way more unity with the data, people not questioning things. I think and I don't know like what you believe on Trump and the media and stuff like that and false claims and all, and we'll get into some of that because I have some notes on that type stuff.
Yeah.
But I think that's what really just absolutely made this thing like a one side versus the other, vaxxers versus non-vaxxers.
Yeah.
I got my shot t-shirts and people look at that fucking retard right there.
It's pretty much any topic nowadays.
Yeah.
That's why I was thinking just the other week, or maybe it was this week. I was like, man, I kind of miss Obama. Like the days of Obama.
Dude,
Like it wasn't as much drama going on. There wasn't much.
I remember
that's
when I
kinda
was in
fun.
high school, I saw one Obama t-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
One.
I remember when he first got in, I think I was in 6th grade, and it was like there was
Maybe
like
it
a
was
bunch
middle
of
school.
talk of it like the first day or two, and then it was over. Like it was like, once
Yeah.
he was inaugurated.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stories about like his opinions, but then eventually it just died down. Everyone's like, all right, he's just president.
Yeah, just
Yeah, a
whatever.
few things would come up every like throughout the year, maybe a couple topics, but it wasn't like
Yeah, I think that both sides played into this narrative kind of, because like I think the news obviously made a lot of like money off of saying like, oh, Trump did this crazy, he's saying this crazy shit about COVID, which I think was true. I think he said a lot of crazy things like hydroxychloroquine and all that stuff. But like
We also didn't have social media like we do nowadays.
True.
Like social media really ramped up towards
Yeah.
the end of Obama's and then kind of at the beginning of Trump's
Yeah.
Okay.
presidency.
But this is my kind of and you can call my thinking flawed and stuff like that. But with like the whole, and this will kind of be my kind of closing to the whole COVID thing. Do I think COVID's real? Yes. Do I think it's worse than the flu? Most likely, yes. Like I'm like 99% sure it's worse than the flu. Even though the flu numbers in 2021 or whatever were literally like 0, which I get that because more people had COVID and COVID's similar, whatever.
Are you saying that
The death numbers were very, very low for the flu.
well, that are you saying
People
that?
were also being extra cautious.
Yeah, extra cautious.
Yeah, that's
and all
okay.
that
That's
type
what
of
I
stuff.
didn't know if you
That
were going
helped the
for
flu
like.
as well.
No.
Okay.
But I would. It's very difficult for me to admit that with Pfizer and Johnson and all these companies,
Mhm.
it's the money thing for me. That's what's so hard for me to really like be okay with because, and I'm more talking about the media and these corporations, not necessarily the government. It's if CNN is being paid by Pfizer, like it's a higher probability chance that CNN is going to talk good about Pfizer. Like if my stream blew up and it got bigger and stuff like that, and a company came to me, it was my first company, right? Now, hopefully, I have morals and I pick and choose companies that I believe in. But if a company comes to me and they pay me an ass ton of money to talk about their product, am I more likely or less likely to criticize it? If there is any criticisms to give, I would say the rational person, and again, this could get into the whole morals of our society nowadays and stuff like that, which I think have declined. That people, the heads of these big, massive media corporations and like Pfizer, these big medical pharma corporations, that they are way more likely to push bendage, or that they're more likely to, if at the bare minimum, bend the truth. Maybe not outright lie, bend the truth to make the money. And I don't know if I think it as an anecdotal type thing, you could go and look at the podcast Rogan did with the dude from the what was his name, Scotty? Do you remember? Because you listened to it too.
For which one?
The pharmaceutical salesman guy.
I don't remember his name, but I remember the podcast.
So like one of the things he brought up, and there was a study done, and he was talking about equipment being used in operating rooms. There is a loophole that says, I think it's the FDA. The FDA has a thing, it's a loophole that says anybody who invents a new device to be used in the operating room, if the device previously has something similar to another product that has been passed to be used in the operating room, then it doesn't have to go through safety studies, right? Well, they thought that only 10% of products would go through that loophole that the FDA gave.
Yep.
And only, I think it's like 80% or 95% of all tools being used in the operating room, there's no studies specifically done on that instrument and safety in the operating room because of that loophole. Now, those tools might be safe, but there are no studies done on them themselves. They have like their patent.
Yep.
They have something similar to a patent that's been passed in the past. I don't want to say it's wrong, but it's funky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I can agree with all that. I can agree that, like, if that's the case, then that's a pretty horrible thing. I think that because we're going down so many holes here to figure out, like, all right, this is one thing. If that's the issue, if that's like a problem, then I think that is a legitimate problem. But the idea is, like, if this causes issues, there's going to be a massive amount of information showing that, like, these people are getting these things. Like, there's going to be some issue, and it's going to come up, and then somebody's going to pick this up. Like, someone from some university, there's going to be incentives for people to find this data, just as there is for, like, if the vaccine was causing all these issues, there'd be incentives from conservatives or other, like, scientists. They definitely pick it up, and they'd find this data. Secondly, because you talked about...
You would hope.
Well, I would know. I'd imagine there's enough checks and balances there to actually find the data.
and that takes faith in the system.
I don't, because like it takes.
I'm not saying you're wrong. You're right. There is checks and balances and all these things, but at the end of the day, it's the morals of the individuals who are attached to all these things. And there are plenty of stories, and you can go and read them yourselves. And I'm not saying they're totally widespread, but my thing is, people are gonna lie. They're gonna try and make money, and they're gonna bend the truth to push forward whatever thing that they need, want, or whatever. And Prime Story on that same podcast, go listen to it. It's very, very interesting. The guy talks about they were trying to pass oxycodone.
Hydroxychloroquine.
No, oxycodone.
Okay.
Pain pills.
Pain pills.
Oh, pain pills. Okay.
And was it Pfizer?
I forget the company.
It was one of the big pharmaceutical companies, and they were saying they had to pass this bill through the FDA saying that, hey, it's not addictive or whatever. And the head of the FDA on his off hours helped them write all their stuff to get oxycodone passed. And a year later, that head of the FDA quit, and now he works for them, getting a massive paycheck because it all got through.
As
And
a
then
consultant, right?
as a
Or some-
consultant, and now later on we find out no, it's massively addictive, because initially they said it wasn't addictive, and now it's massively, now there's this huge epidemic of pain pills. And yes, it is one time, it is one thing, but it was one head of the FDA. There should have been a billion checks and balances. Why is this guy helping a pharmaceutical company on his off time? Which it might happen all the time. Maybe it happens all the time.
My problem is I don't have enough data. I don't know enough about this to figure out whether or not like all that is exactly true. All is exactly how it happened. I'd have to look more into that. But there's one solution to this entire problem.
What is it?
I think you'd love it.
What?
Socialized healthcare, governmental healthcare. It would fix all these issues.
Rogan
No one's
just
doing
had that Eliza Schlesinger. I shut that podcast off. It was so bad. But she was talking about being over in France, I believe, and they have socialized healthcare. And she's like, well, is there any way, like, because it was taking forever, she's like, is there any way we can pay? Like, what would you do if a celebrity was here? And they had to wait. You know, they couldn't actually pay and get better service or anything.
I think
And they had to deal with the shitty service of socialized healthcare.
I think that, and no matter what system you get, I'll make this. This is kind of what I believe on both sides. Socialized healthcare will get rid of a lot of problems, right?
Yep.
But again, you know me and what we've talked about this whole time, and I'm more of a long-term person, long-term solutions that fit, solutions that are right. And I always look for the hard solution, not necessarily hard like less of a Band-Aid fix.
Yep.
And the better way to fix it, I think, in a perfect world, socialized healthcare sucks, and our system is better if everybody was more moral, less polarized, less split, and all that stuff. You take away the polarization and the whole morality issue with people, our system is better than socialized healthcare, bar none. But they each have their flaws.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
And what you
I'm not
just
saying
said,
that it's like an extremely good thing. I'm not saying this. It's better one way or the other.
it would get rid of it. But
Yeah.
here's the other thing: if there ever was tomfoolery going on, it'd be way easier to cover up at the same time
With a socialized healthcare,
with a socialized healthcare.
but there wouldn't be
Because
any incentive
it's-
necessarily.
the politicians, power's an incentive, money's an incentive.
Okay.
Let me try and look at what people are saying. Morning Dubs is Darren. Wake up, Scotty. The audio is awesome. Thank you. I can't hear Scotty.
I'm not talking much.
Well, you should be. Say something.
Can you hear me now? I feel like I can hear myself fine.
It's popping
mic.
up, so it should be coming through. Mackenzie said, "Who's Jarrett?" Mike D said, "Some dweeb." Oh, I was calling Jared a dweeb. Morning Dubs said, "Don't need that negativity in there." Jarrett, Athletic Podcast. I got something funky for you. Mike D, that bearded guy is kind of cute though. Mackenzie said he is. Mike D, for someone who has to deal with, here's what Michael said: for someone who has to deal with the VA, you don't want the government health. You don't want government health care. Darren said I can. Mackenzie said, Mike, you might as well come over and join the debate. Morning Dub says just making it fun.
I have something about the mandatory vaccination. So I think it depends on the severity of the disease.
Yep.
So it's like the flu. Like we don't have mandatory Like I think the COVID should be like the flu now, where they get flu shot. They give flu shots out every year. You have an option to go get it if you want, and if you don't, you're rolling the dice, and that's your own choice.
But you would admit that for you, for many other people, if this thing
If it was more severe, if it was a 50-50 killing people, I don't or even if it was like monkeypox where it was like you were seeing it on yourself, people would be like going to get the vaccine more, you know.
My thing is like it's not a very difficult thing to get. It's not like you're spending weeks doing it's not working out.
Yeah, but it's also not affecting you that much anyway. It's not
But it could be
likely to kill you. It could be.
There's a lot of people dying right now.
That's
Like,
people's choice. That's people's choice. That's the freedom of
I know
choosing.
people have choice, but you have to admit to some extent it's like this you have to say like the overall like ability for the vaccine to stop COVID is much larger than any side effects it could cause, bar like 2% of people. Like that's something you have to like you have to say that and then you have to be like, all right, well, people have the choice, but then you have to admit like it's not a great choice to make.
So here's my other thing, that my big thing that I have, right? And again, it's tied to the whole money thing, and I think that like not that health and fitness and diet and all that stuff fixes the whole problem, but there was absolutely zero conversation from anybody in the big media, in government, saying like, hey, you need to go out, exercise, you need to do this, you need to do more of it. It was never a big talking point. It was never pushed.
Okay, maybe by
And when people say, when I hear doctors go diet and exercise, that's horse shit.
It's healthy at every size. You didn't know about this?
Yeah.
So it's not that it's not pushed. I believe that it, like in a way, people said that this was a possibility, but you also have to understand that so many people in society aren't going to take that approach. They're almost like it's not necessary to go and say like you have to do these things. It's going to take weeks. It's going to do all this. Like people aren't going to do that.
I understand.
It's so much easier to get the vaccine.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Again, what's going to benefit the person long term? Not just with COVID, with heart failure, with any type
Getting
of
the vaccine
diseases.
And getting healthy would benefit the person long term too.
Yeah, you can do both. It's not necessarily, but like
Okay, but why is that never talked about? Even for other things, even for diabetes, there's people right now, flipping. You'll never cure your diabetes. There's people literally flipping their diabetes with diet and health, and their medicine that they're on, their injections they get.
Depending on the type of diabetes you have, you
type
can,
1, type
if
2.
you pay attention to yourself, like, cause I think there was somebody my mom went to school with, like, growing up that, once they got older, they had diabetes and they could kind of just feel, I don't know if it was a tingle in their hand. They're like, oh, I need to eat some sugar.
Mm-hmm.
And they just kept control of it themselves. Like they never got shots and stuff.
But
so,
Go
they can say
ahead.
like the CDC right here even says like physical activity definitely helps with COVID. They'll admit that it does, but like why if I have all these treatments, it's like why would I mainly push for one?
I'm not saying mainly push. I'm saying talk about it more.
They could talk. Okay, so
More
we can talk about
information.
more, but it's still like it's not that there wasn't there's information there. Maybe the media didn't push for it, but the CDC said like this is a possibility. You can do this, but the idea is like they don't want it. Like it's so much easier to get the vaccine and then go do that fitness stuff. Secondly, like it's probably really important to do that, but like mainly what they want to do is say like get the vaccine. Like it's not going to harm you. It's not going to cause them.
America always wants everything fast. Everybody in America, they want immediate results. If they're not getting results, they leave. They're just done with it. It's all about just instant gratification.
It's the mindset of the culture, and I'm saying that needs to change because let's say this, and let's say before COVID, we go back and we take all the humans from. Let's say COVID happened in 1950. Do you think 1 million people still die?
I think more people die
in 1950 when people were healthier.
Well, more people per capita, obviously, but yeah, I think more people easily die without the vaccine or without other without the masks.
No. I'm saying before the vaccine ever even came in.
No, if there's no things in place to stop or slow down the transmission or the death of COVID, a lot more people die. Easy. Because they were even saying, like with the actual like COVID and everything with it in 2020, they said that like they predicted the numbers to be like 2 to 3 million overall of COVID before we get rid of it. And right now it's at like a million. It's probably not going to get to 2 or 3. But the idea is like if we didn't do anything, it would be much higher.
I'm saying before the vaccine was a thing, there's people dying, right?
Yep.
And they said comorbidities play a massive role in the deaths of people who got COVID.
Yep.
Comorbidities like obesity, diabetes,
Yep.
all these things linked to the health of the person.
Yep.
In the 1950s, have you like just for example, have you ever seen the video of the high school kid? I'll pull it up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
It's a video of high school kids working out in school gym. Have you ever seen that video?
No, I have no idea.
I'm gonna pull it up so you can see it. You'll like it. Scotty will like it at least. I know that. No, I'm just playing. You'll like it.
Yeah, you're
This is
basically
the-
saying in the 1950s there's a lot less obese people. It's like in the movie The Sandlot, there was one fat kid. I think I've talked about
Yeah.
that before.
We can argue whether or
And
not
that's in the 90s, I think that movie came out.
I think that the provisions like set in place, like mask lockdowns, like the vaccine too.
When we were a
I
motorized
think
bike,
these things severely lessen the amount of deaths that there were, and although physical activity probably would lessen it, like also, I don't think it would lessen it to the extent of which it would overtake like the amount of like deaths or the percentage of deaths, I guess, for like specifically what we have like now, like with the like they wouldn't physical activity doesn't beat masks, lockdowns, and vaccines. If that makes sense.
I don't even have the audio. I could turn on the audio for you.
Director at La Sierra
Okay.
High School
Black and white.
has developed a program that assures every student of physical excellence.
These are high schoolers?
This are all high
Exercise
schoolers.
on the grip swing puts muscles on the least athletic. Extension push-ups are among the toughest of the drills. As an incentive to
I don't see
excel,
any
the color of the
ROTC
shorts
kids
the
in
boys
there,
wear
sitting off
is
the
determined
side.
by their ratings on performance charts. Some requirements for top ratings are stricter than for an
Look at
athlete.
look at the triceps and the
A lad who
biceps.
has
Seriously.
mastered the pegboard
Yeah.
will find a military obstacle course a snap. 200 schools across the country have adopted La Sierra's
they're all
program of 15
Yeah.
minute
You can
daily
see, like,
competitive
yeah.
exercise.
But I couldn't imagine that this also forcing everyone to do this would be very difficult. But like I can't see this beating out like the provisions we have today. I think more people would still die. But I think that physical activity probably would help. Definitely, I'm not denying that.
I don't think anybody even was able to see that, so I'm sorry. Yeah, Mackenzie said I see nothing. I'll play it in the background so then you guys can see it. But
Yeah. I mean, it's a good take. I definitely like. Yeah, physical activity is very important. It would help with COVID, but I think it's much easier as a doctor to say like instead of just risking and saying like, hey, go do physical activity, you probably could say like, do the vaccine and also do physical activity if that makes sense. Probably.
I obviously we'll never know, and so this is just like a random thing. I think that before the vaccine came out, if everybody was super healthy, like every single person,
Mhm.
the death rate cut in half. Before the vaccine ever
Like
came.
half than it is now.
No.
Do you know the percentages
like-
of deaths of people with comorbidities? Like what's the percentage of healthy people dying and then people who have anything else?
I don't know that offhand.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
That's really what we'd have to know to.
Yeah, you
Any
could probably
sense
just
of
look
that.
at obesity rates between back then and now. And then I guess you could look at it that way, but it would be it'd be difficult.
I think it would help massively.
I'm ready to get onto the abortion
What were
debate.
the other abortion?
Hold on, we gotta do Biden Trump.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna quickly use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm gonna get this figured out.
Ambush me with.
We're not gonna ambush you. But I have. There we go. Sorry, guys. That was what I was looking for right there. I'll turn the sound off and hit play. See if it. Let's see if it shows it. So, but I think that is such like an underseen thing, like the health of just the normal everyday people. There's nothing on the screen. Sorry. Yeah, but anyways, this is the video we're talking about right here, and it just shows a bunch of high school kids working out in the 50s and how freaking absolutely yoked they were. And I understand, like, they don't have modern medicine and stuff like that, but if the CDC is saying that, physical health and stuff like that helps, then if you make everybody in the U.S. a physical freaking specimen, then how could it not prove a factor? Hey, Jocko. Come on, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a way of like checking to see whether or not that's like actually like you can see like obesity rates, comorbidities. You can base the comorbidity, like see what comorbidities actually like apply to COVID. See how many people were actually like dying of these things, and you kind of like cut them out maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Trump Biden.
All right, I prepared absolutely nothing on this.
Nothing?
Because you said the debate wasn't really that like you said something like that debate's like boring or something. So I was like, all right, but like I'm
Okay. So what I was trying to say was Scotty's gonna moderate. We each get 2 minutes to open.
Okay.
And then I don't want it to be, hey, we bring good solid points. We bring what we believe. Stuff like that. We bring data, whatever we can. Prepare a little bit, but it doesn't have to be this big.
I do know. I'm not gonna say I don't know general concepts. I know a lot of concepts, but if you come to me and you're like, oh, like this exact thing, like Trump exactly at this many, like if you come to me with numbers and stuff, I'm probably gonna be pretty dumb to it. But like if you say like, well, Trump typically is really good at foreign affairs, and I'm like, well, I don't think that's true because I'm only like I can easily have that conversation, or like I think Biden is good at like I can have the general conversation pretty well. I think.
Okay.
So I think I'll be pretty ready.
So my thing, I guess I'll lead off with this, and then we'll go to Scotty if you're okay with that.
What's up?
Just lead off into the kind of like the topic. So the whole Trump Biden thing. I think they're both handed, if I'm being fair and non-biased, they're both handed difficult presidencies, as far as one had to deal with the immersion of COVID and one had to deal with the handing off of COVID. That makes everything difficult in itself. And you really shouldn't drink Mountain Dew. There's like a fuck ton of sugar in that.
I know. I'm gonna die.
You will.
I probably will. I love Mountain Dew, and I've always drank it. And there were points where I stopped drinking soda for like a year, and it didn't change. Like I just still felt like garbage, so I never went back to it.
Anecdote. See, anecdote from his life.
I'm gonna go because that's how I live my life.
But all the data says that sugar is absolutely terrible for you.
You're right. I changed my mind because you're exactly right about the data. Now that I'm willing to change my mind.
Oh, okay, we're getting somewhere. But anyways, I think they're both handed difficult presidencies, right? And it's very difficult, again, with the political climate in this country to say, hey, to even find solid data from unbiased people, because everything is so damn politicized. And I totally believe, even though you've said to me many times tonight, show me the data where that's true, or why aren't people figuring this out, that things get skewed. And like I was looking at graphs today of economics and stuff like that, and I'm just like, either it doesn't make sense necessarily or it doesn't feel like that. But anyways, my leading off thing is right now Biden's approval is 42%. It dipped down to like 38%. And I think Trump's lowest was like 35%. A couple percentage points difference. And Biden was way up in the beginning. Now he's down. He's only, 2.5 years in, almost 3. So we'll see how he ends his presidency, or at least his first term. I have a couple of things on the FBI and his administration and the whole Trump thing. Trump's average approval rating for his whole presidency was 41%. And again, he dipped pretty low, and I think he ended up getting up to like 48 at some point, maybe 50 if I'm correct. Biden caught, and this is just very recent, caught in a quid pro quo with the Saudis with the gas prices. They don't know necessarily. I can elaborate more on that later if you want. And there was a whole thing done. Oh, fuck, did I not screenshot this? I think I screenshotted it. It was my phone, and it was just a couple of employment and economic figures that I wanted to just run through really quick. And I don't.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick too.
Okay.
You search on your phone counts for your time. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Got to cut in 2 minutes.
Where did I just had that dumb thing up?
Yeah.
It was articles about pretty much his entire Biden's economics, and for the most part, a lot of the things are down. His one big thing that's up, maybe you can even pull it up. It was like the Biden economic tracker, economic tracker of October for his presidency.
Okay. Is that you got more or?
That's kind of as far as I got, and then I was going to go point for point.
Okay, so my big thing, I guess all the main stuff I want to say between Trump and Biden. Trump, I don't think he was a great president. I think he was honestly pretty bad overall. I think that a lot of people have really good impressions of him because the way he kind of like said things. A lot of people like the idea that he was a very like almost like tough president, or he spoke a lot, you know. But I think overall, there's a lot of things he did that were bad, and there's a lot of things he did that were really bad, like historically bad.
Like what?
It's my opening statement. Why are you asking me those questions?
Oh, yes.
No, okay. Anyways, no, I was going to go into that. No, so specifically, the things that were really, really bad was him going out and saying like the whole election was a farce. Like I think that was pretty bad. Obviously, Hillary, she kind of wrote in like some books and stuff later that was the case, but she didn't go out the night after the election. Like after the night and after the election, she went out and she said, "I concede, like Trump's the president," you know. But when Trump lost the election, he didn't have any real data. He didn't have any stuff. He just went out and said, I'm like this whole like thing is a farce. I'm going to retake the presidency without the democratic process, and that's never been done in like the history of all like that. That's like historically bad in my eyes. His foreign affairs, I think there's a lot of things he did that were really bad that people kind of praise for being really good.
Like what?
Keep asking me all the questions. So specifically North Korea, he went there. Everyone's like, oh, he did a really good job. He went and talked to him. He didn't sign anything on that. They're still kind of like a little mess over there, and they're still causing issues. I think the media stopped reporting on them, which is why I don't hear as much about them. But the idea is like a president going over there, stepping in their land, talking to them, and basically like turning down all of our sort of like aggression towards them without having any sort of contract or any sort of thing saying like you're going to stop nuclear arms, you're going to stop this. Overall, his thing for NATO, trying to defund NATO, get out of NATO, I think that's really bad. I think NATO is very important to us. I think if we see that with like Ukraine and stuff like that, I think the idea of like having like a big body in the world that acts as everyone's nuclear arsenal, so they don't have to get nukes on their own, they can just come into the NATO. I think that's really important. For specifically, I guess Biden, things that I like about him, I don't have like a whole laundry list of stuff. I like that he's been pretty overall bipartisan. We can talk about his gun bills that actually affected South Carolina. We can talk about the Build Back Better deal. I think that was a really good deal. Overall, I think that Biden's been pretty bipartisan. I know we've seen a lot of like speeches. Like recently, he had the speech where he came out and it was like some red background, black background, it was dark background, and everyone's saying like it looks so evil. But like, if you listen to that speech, he was pretty good about what he said. Like we can listen to it, and like he went point by point and said like, hey, I'm not vilifying conservatives. I just think that people who like specifically like the MAGA Trump people, like people that want to overturn the election, I think this is a very harmful like rhetoric for society.
He said, "Oh, I'm not gonna interrupt you again." So.
No, I'm basically that's what I was gonna say about that. I think those are the main points that I would take away from Trump and Biden. I'm not gonna say Biden was a great president. Like I don't think he's really like incredible, but I think overall he's been pretty bipartisan, I guess compared to Trump. But overall, I think that he's been pretty good.
Scotty?
Am I the mediator here?
No. You're giving
I'm
what you
definitely
think.
not. I don't even know. I don't even want to go out. I don't even want to go into this one.
Okay, we
too
can run
much.
through this.
I mean,
one
I
pretty
might
quickly.
have a few little topics here or there, little points, but I'm pretty. I don't know.
You could moderate and just make us answer questions. So if one of us asks a question, be like, you're not answering the question.
I
You're
can
not
kind
answering.
of try, but I'm definitely not going to be like, a proper moderator because I'm definitely not on Biden's side.
So, kind of just taking what you said. He said, the MAGA people. What was? Do you know his exact quote when he said that? Because
I
I've
don't-
listened to it and I know what I think about it, but I can't remember. I'm trying to remember it exactly
I
how he
could
said it.
look it up, but basically he said like the MAGA people, like, he almost says like in a way not to really vilify them, but to like say like these people are a harm to our society, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. With that, right? He just vilified half the country because 71 million people voted for Trump, and I would say,
I don't think that's what he said.
okay, then we can look up the quote.
No, I mean like what I mean is like we know what he said, but I think what he meant was that like there's this very specific portion of people who are conservative that are MAGA that believe in like the stolen elections. That was like the bad part.
No. You're lumping those people in. I'm MAGA, and I don't believe in the whole stolen. I have 2 of his hats sitting in my closet right
Well,
now.
he specifically said also like extremists or like things like he said like these people, which I guess you can read into that and be like he's calling these regular people extremists.
The way I heard the speech, it sounded like he was lumping in anybody who voted for Trump as MAGA people.
Yeah. Can somebody
it
look up
came
the
off-
quote
it came
exactly
off
for
bad.
us? He, in his most recent speech, he said something about MAGA people, vilifying MAGA people. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to get the quote exactly right.
Mhm.
And I understand there's context there too. But even with context, and I've listened to stuff a lot about this recently, is you're the leader of the effing country, and I don't care. You have to choose your words very carefully. I'm not trying to dictate your speech or say, hey, you can't say this, you can say this. But what I'm saying is there's a responsibility that comes with being the president of the country. And if you say something, you got it.
If this is the part, Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundation of our republic.
Okay, I'm gonna go on the extreme.
And then
I'm gonna defend
and then
that.
he says, "Now I want to be very clear." And there's applause. Very clear up front. I'm going to be sounding like him because I can't read. Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans, are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology.
Okay, I think
And
that's
he says he's been able to work with the mainstream Republicans.
yeah. I think that's completely fair. I think that's super bipartisan, and he's specifically saying like he wants to work with these people, but there's certain sect of that people that believe like the election is stolen, that believe these things and support Trump that we can't follow.
But he also says that, but there is no question that the Republican Party today is dominated and driven and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans, and is a threat to this country.
So
I think it's kind of sketchy to be calling the former president a threat to this country.
I absolutely would agree that Donald Trump was a threat to this country
Yeah,
in
but
2019,
for the next president to be saying that about the previous president,
Trump
he's
tried
a
it-
threat
okay.
to this country.
I think he absolutely is. He tried to change he tried to steal the entire election. He went back and said like this isn't true. He was like all this stuff. He's like saying like the Democrats did all these different things and they put all these things in place to steal the election
From what I've seen on Trump, I truly believe that he cares about this country more than Biden does.
Okay, it's possible that he cares
He
about.
actually cares about America.
Okay, but does that change the fact that he? All right, so let's say that he went out and said these things. All right, and we can talk about the validity of these things and whether or not I stole the election. But like, if these things aren't true, and he went out and he didn't like he may not have necessarily lied, but he misrepresented these things to say like we should steal the election back. Basically, I should still be president, which I'm sure he still believes.
He never said that. He said when even the January 6th speech and stuff like that, he never said
He
like
specifically said keep it peaceful.
yeah.
In
Okay,
his
okay,
speech.
he can say
He
keep
said
it.
on the march over there, we're going to keep it peaceful.
Okay, let's focus on this. Did he say that the election was stolen, or did he imply in any sense, like, do you think that it's fair that an average person watching this can say he's implying that the entire election is stolen and that he should have won the presidency? Does that look what the average person should think when they watch that?
No.
What are you talking about? That's like, I think it's obvious. Like whenever he went up, he's like, I should have won the presidency. Like that's basically, I think that's easily the way that people interpret that.
Hold on. When he says that, you think people are interpreting it wrong or incorrectly? Is that what you're trying to say?
I think that I think he danced around those words, but I think that he specifically said, I almost want to pull up quotes. I don't know exactly his words, but I remember him saying in however he worded it.
I'll totally give it to you. He danced around it. He to people less on his side, it probably sounded like he was saying that, and to people on his side, it probably didn't sound like saying it. But Biden, if I give you that, then you have to give me Biden saying, MAGA the MAGA people are a massive threat to this society. That's vilifying half the country who voted for him.
Okay, but if my logic follows, if he did say the election was stolen and he's trying to undermine the democratic process, I think those people are a threat to the actual like democratic process of America, which is like they are a threat to America then.
Okay, these people who, if they truly thought the election was stolen,
Okay.
if they thought that to be true in their head,
A lot of people still believe the election.
okay, they still truly believe it. And let's just say they're dumb idiots who haven't looked at the data,
Okay.
hypothetically, whatever speaking.
Yep.
Then,
Hey now.
yeah. But those people, they're not going against what they believe. And they either don't know the data or they don't know the full side of the story. But you can't just say, so now you're calling me a MAGA person. What was the quote? I'm in danger to the American society. I love this country more than anything else other than my religion, my life, and my family. That's like number 4 on my list.
So,
and if there was any, I think that every single stone should be overturned and looked at, and all the data looked at to make sure that nothing went wrong. And are there discrepancies in the whole voting thing? Yes, there are discrepancies.
I don't think
all the judges that looked over the information said none of them are enough to prove anything.
Yeah.
Nothing was crazy enough to overturn an election, stuff like that. But at a bare minimum, you can look at and say there were discrepancies. There were weird,
You can't
odd
say
things.
it wasn't an odd election compared to every other year because
I don't think it was an odd election.
why didn't we know the night of? Like, why was it still not? It was a different election than all the previous.
It wasn't. We had way more mail-in voting than ever before.
Okay,
that's an odd election.
So it can be odd, I guess, but I would never say that it's like really suspicious. So there's there's data show that like this is like a stolen election. Like Trump put millions and millions of dollars for people to go through, recount the ballots, make sure all these things are cool. And the only point he ever found any real discrepancies was in like Arizona, where they basically the people who were actually checking this, I forgot what the name of the company was, but basically they checked through it and they said like they counted something twice or they counted something and they misinterpreted some stuff. And the idea is like they never found a massive amount of data showing that like any state was stolen or any like amount of like there's nothing that shows that data. And also, if Trump really cared about the election being stolen and he really cared about all these laws being horrible, all these things that they did, why didn't he complain about it before the election?
I agree.
Okay. I think
I
we
believe
agree
he did mention talking about mail-in voting.
Yeah, the biggest thing.
He did mention it before the election.
The
as well.
biggest thing was they should have fought the mail-in voting thing.
Yeah.
If you wanted to win, they should have fought that stuff before the election came and passed.
Yeah.
That should have been dealt with beforehand. Which constitutional, unconstitutional, all that stuff gets brought into play. It's a rabbit hole to go down. That's whatever. But do you really you're telling me you honestly believe that Biden saying these people are extremists, anybody pretty much saying from what I got, that's what I heard when I heard it, was anybody who voted for Trump as a MAGA person, they're a threat to this country. So you're telling me the group of people who love the country the most, who would die for the country, do anything for the country, they're not the ones saying, we're a capitalist pigs and we suck and what all this stuff. You think the people who love the country the most are the most dangerous to the country?
I'm not saying the most dangerous, but what I'm saying is this is a massive amount of people. And he says the MAGA Republicans or MAGA like Trump fans. He also said like this isn't the majority. This is a small amount of people. Like he recognizes that this is a small group, but these people believe that they want to overturn the democratic process. Like they want to go back, and that is a really big deal. And there still are people who believe that.
I think you can still love your country and be a threat to your own country. I'm not comparing MAGA people to Nazis, but the Nazis, I'm sure there were Nazis that loved Germany. They'd die for Germany, but they were like a threat to Germany.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So just because you do love your country doesn't mean you can't be a threat to it.
And the other thing is, there's some freaking kooks out there who are cuckoo crazy people who, they still believe all this crazy stuff and aliens came down and freaking zapped the president and all this, crazy shit. But you can't lump those people in and just call them all MAGA people.
But like, all right, so let's say we're like, oh, I like Hitler I think he's a pretty good leader, but like all this stuff he did here,
Yes,
I don't think
we'll
that's
bring
very
up
great.
the Afghanistan thing.
Okay, but like I don't know how you can support a leader who's done like things like that, like who's tried to steal like if we both can admit or at least like imply for like a hypothetical that Trump tried to steal the whole election, that if you support him after that, it's like, what do you support? Like, he's done something really, really bad. He probably shouldn't be the president again, you know? Like, there's no telling that he's never said, like, hey, sorry, I was wrong about this. The election wasn't, like, he says, like, the election is stolen. He's never taken that back. He hasn't said the election was stolen, but he implied heavily the election was stolen. Talked about, like, the ballot machines. He talked about things. He talked about multiple ways the election could be rigged. And then basically he's never went back on that. And there's still people who support him, you know? In a way, it's like, if you're supporting somebody like that, it's like, it's difficult for me to say, like, or give you, like, credence where you're like I
Just like you're supporting somebody with quid pro quo in Ukraine and with the Saudis,
The crime bill.
the crime bill.
yeah. What do you mean
Kamala
that's how you-
Harris, who locked people up for marijuana and then went on a radio show laughing about how she smoked when she was in
Okay, we can
college.
talk about specific,
You
like,
know, if you're going to be talking about voting for somebody like that, like I think you kind of have to throw that out the window when it comes to Biden and Harris.
we can talk about a lot of shitty things that they do specifically, but the idea is like, is there anything that Biden has done that specifically is like targeted America, has tried to overturn the democratic process, like these massive things, or like, yeah, we can say like there's are these like stories about like the whole like I don't know what country it was, but there was like his Hunter Biden laptop stuff that talked about like stealing money or like we can talk about these things, but like there's nothing that's as big as Trump undermining the entire democratic election.
I don't
That's-
think he did that.
I don't think he did that either.
He said that's what he was trying to do. That's when he
No,
he
he said keep it peaceful.
Wait, hold on.
Well, all right, so he said keep it peaceful, but what was the whole point of the riot?
He said be heard. No. It wasn't the whole point of the riot. The riot. There was no point to a riot. He didn't want a riot. He just
Okay.
wanted a peaceful march.
Okay, but why did he want the march?
Oh.
If he
Just to
believes the
show-
election,
just to show that there's still people out there that want Trump.
I don't.
Hold on.
Okay, that want Trump.
What else?
But what does that mean? Do they want Trump as in they want to overturn the election?
No, hold on. You keep saying he's trying to undermine the democratic process.
That's exactly what you're trying to.
Okay. You keep saying that.
Yes.
So, do you believe that he was trying to
Wait a minute. No, the way Rudy Giuliani actually did a bunch of things saying that like the specifically election was stolen. His lawyer tried to go to the Supreme Court. Like, he specific.
Hold on.
He was checking the Democratic.
No
process.
way.
Hold
If
on.
anything, he's making
on.
sure
Okay.
it's legit.
I'm
If
gonna lose it.
anything,
You're making me lose it. I'm sorry, Dallas.
I didn't even finish what I was saying.
Okay, no, but I mean like okay, go. I'm sorry,
Where
I'm
do you
sorry.
think I'm going?
I don't think I know where you're going, but I'm trying to argue. You're saying like Trump wasn't trying to say that the election was stolen, but
No. Let's say he was saying that. You're saying he was trying to undermine the democratic process.
okay, yes,
All right, that's what you kept saying. That's what I've heard from many people.
yes.
Undermine the democratic process. Undermine the democratic process. What do you think his undermining of don't answer this. Do you think that he was trying to do a coup and take over to undermine the democratic process? Or do you think he was trying to pull every single string to use the democratic process to get back into office? Because technically, let's say the election there was something that went wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
And take away Trump and Biden, just throw two presidents in there. Let's say something happened, like a Watergate thing or something like that, some big ordeal happened, and after the election, the Supreme Court or whoever, the Supreme Court and, Congress, they figured out that, hey, there was something wrong here, something happened, this shouldn't have happened, right? And then they go, hey, you actually didn't win. This other guy actually won. We have to retract those your presidential win, and we have to put this person back in office because they won.
Mhm.
Right? That would still be a democratic process.
Yeah. Yes.
And from my understanding, and I watched hours and hours and hours of stuff, people talking about this, Trump was trying to find whether it be a loophole in the system or some sort of data to prove that what he was saying did happen so that Congress would come together and overturn what happened. That is
Yes.
still democratic.
Okay, we can say that's part of the democratic process, but the idea is every president in history, the day after the election, has conceded the election. And I think that's super important because you're telling the public, like, hey, I lost this election. But the idea is like, he was like, I'm gonna specifically say a bunch of claims, like especially Rudy Giuliani, his lawyer, made a bunch of claims. Like when he talks to the news, he was like there's all these problems, all these things. This is like horrible stuff. The election was obviously stolen. And then he went to the court and he was like, well, I wouldn't call it fraud, but I mean, I'd call it like it was like close. It was like these things. It was like discrepancies.
Yeah, he was lawyering.
Okay, you can like say lawyering and all this stuff, but like it's very important that after an election, the president doesn't go back and say like completely like he needs to concede or he needs to show like, hey, I lost this election. He can't be like, hey, half of America, I know a lot of you still like me. I didn't lose this election. You know, like he can't say that.
So if I got pulled over for a speeding ticket, and I wasn't really sure if I was speeding. You know what I mean? It was kind of weird. I'm not sure if he actually clocked me at speeding. And I go to court and I want to see like evidence of him, whatever, you know, getting me for speeding.
The problem is like we're talking about like the president of the United States saying like after the election, not before the election, but after the election, after he knows like the votes come in and he's lost, saying like I want to find every single loophole here. And he still hasn't admitted that he's lost the election, even though has gone through courts.
You just told me the other day that we can't use previous history, the way things have went. We brought up the 1920s studies and the way things have gone in the past, and then take them and apply it all to present day. That's what you said about all those things. Now, why is it different? Why is it, well, every other president in the past has conceded the next day? Well, I would hope that if something ever did happen, I don't believe that there's this big stolen thing. I think there's a lot of discrepancies and they should be chased down and all this. But if you believed, and if people in the higher ups, I'm not saying just the former president or whatever, believed that there were issues that should be weeded out before something happens, then they should be looked at, and he shouldn't just go, oh, hey, sorry, lost by.
Okay, yeah.
Because people want him to fight. And I'll let you speak on this, and then I think we can kind of move on, because this is kind of I think it's a mute point. You think it's a big point, I think it's a mute point.
Okay, yeah. One thing I want to ask is, do you actually believe in his head, he was like, I just want to make sure this is all legit. If it's all legit, then I'm good to go. Do you think that's actually what he thought? Or did he say, or do you think in his head, like in some way, like I'm going to take this further than just that case? Like maybe he had the intention of stealing, maybe he didn't. But like, do you think that he took it further than just like, I'm going to make sure all this process was legal and right?
If I had to give you an answer and guess, I would say for the most part, he believed that he had some sort of data or he had an argument.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a retard. If he doesn't have an argument, I don't think he's going to push forward.
Yeah, but
and at the end of the day, Trump, I think in his whole presidency, relied on a lot of his people to help him out because he was never a career politician.
I think he made this decision completely, like almost entirely alone. Like Mike Pence, a lot of people didn't support him at all. A lot of people like basically like left after, like they were like, this is a really bad thing, even in his own cabinet.
Yeah, sure. I could say it was I think it was a bad take. I don't think it was the worst take ever in the entire world.
Mm-hmm. But my problem is, I don't think that he was looking at this as like, hey, this is a new idea. How about after the election, we test the election, do all these things? I think that'd be really good. I don't think he thought that. I think he thought, I'm going to go back. I'm going to make sure I do everything I can to take this election, even if that means specifically lying to the public.
You keep saying take, like he was trying to like, hey, we're going to go and
because there's
this thing back.
I can't see it any other way.
Okay, that's fine then.
But like all right, so my last thing is, if he went back and he did all these things and then he admitted, hey, after looking at all the data, I lost the election, I would say, yeah, that's the exact process.
Yeah, he's way too much of a freaking stuck-up asshole to ever admit that.
Okay, but doesn't that still push towards me, like saying like wouldn't that mean that he has more of an intention of stealing the election than he does of like just making sure the validity is good?
Sure, but we're talking about who's the better president. We're not necessarily saying who has better judgment on the words they pick or how they say things or whatever.
I would say that's a very big deal when it comes to presidencies. Like specifically that it's like your mannerism or like things like he tried to do something that was really, really bad. I think that undermining like the election or whatever, or like doing what he did, at least, I don't know if you want to call it undermining the election, but I think that was a very, very, very bad thing that he did.
Questioning the U.S. government and the election process. Yeah, sure.
I don't think that's just questioning.
Whatever. He went to the extreme on it. Sure.
Okay, we can move on. I don't want to keep going because I don't think that we're gonna.
I don't think it's a big deal. You think it's a big deal, and I know everybody on the left thinks it's a big deal, and nobody on the right thinks it's that big of a deal.
Mhm.
So it's very just one side or the other.
There's something that that I kind of been thinking about where you could almost be like Trump gets attacked by every all the time on every little thing, like they're
Mhm.
just constantly pulling things out. So you could almost feel like you're like they're attacking him on this again, and you're just dismissing it, like you almost
Valid
could have a
possibility.
part of a
The
bias
boy who cried
that,
wolf
that
thing.
helps it, yeah.
Yeah.
So now anything that anyone attacks Trump on, I just automatically dismiss, thinking it's BS or it doesn't matter. Like I don't even care anymore.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It got to such a point, but
Yeah, everyone wants to talk about the Afghanistan pullout.
Okay. Do you want me to kind of explain my opinion on it? Because I don't know. I can imagine what I think we talked about this last time. I have an idea for what you'd say. Do you want me to go ahead and kind of like say my opinion on it?
Yeah.
And then okay. So my opinion on like Afghanistan pullout is that it was really shitty. I don't think there was a single way that we could have drawn it up to where it would be perfect, or at least most people probably didn't believe there was a good way to make it perfect. The Afghanistan pullout, and it's been so long since I fully like read through this and stuff, so I don't know the exact facts, but it was basically like we were there for like 20 years. We spent like over $2 trillion, and we needed to get out of there. And the idea was Trump set a deadline from what I remember. Like he was ready to pull out by a deadline, and then it got set back. I don't know if it was by Trump. I think there was more stuff with that. And then eventually Biden just took us out. And the idea is that country's turned to shit. All right. But the idea is like even our initial predictions for what was going to go on, they were really bad. And the actual situation still turned out worse. And I don't think like even a prolonged pullout, like a lot of people say that's like a big thing that could probably work. I don't even think that would have. I mean, it may have helped. It may have like allowed us to get shit out of there. Maybe like but like we couldn't just take shit out because like then there was other problems with like that. Some of the stuff that we had there was what we were giving to the people like of the Afghanistan military, like the actual like people that are supposed to run the country after we left. Like it was overall, it was a horrible situation. I don't think that anybody could theorize ways just to make it better or make it like a good turnout. I think that if Trump did the pullout, it'd be just as bad.
I could make it 10 times better in one thing.
What was that?
Instead of using the airport, you use the freaking American base that was out in the middle of the desert that you have full control over, full air superiority. You have full line of sight for miles and miles and miles and miles.
Mhm.
There's no backing up. There's no fences. There's no nothing. Say, if you want to get out of the country, or if we're taking out people, if we're taking people out who helped us that we need to get out of here or they're going to be killed, go to the base. And you can see those people coming from miles because that's how those bases are built. And for right now, if Michael's still listening, please tell me the name of the base so I can get it right. But we had a military base that was right there that we could have used, and it wasn't used. It was totally abandoned at night. Boom, gone. Everybody gone. Now, then we sent soldiers to the main airport in Kabul, and we're pulling out of a public international airport in the city. That solves a lot of the problems right there, and that's coming from people who know way more than I do.
Okay.
And that one thing alone would have helped out way more things.
So, I don't. So, are you trying to say that we'd be able to pull out faster? What is the point of the base or the Kabul airport? Are we saying that if we pulled out, we pull out slower and with those bases in mind? Or
What I'm saying is, if we use that base, there's no IED attack that kills 13 people, American soldiers.
are you saying that people died in the pullout?
Yeah, you didn't know about that? There's a
It's
bomb.
been a while since I've last looked up.
There's a bomb that went off and it killed 13 American soldiers.
Okay.
That's what Michael's T-shirts were for.
Okay.
Bagram Airfield was the name of it.
I don't remember the entire like the entire what's it called, but the idea is from like a macro point of view. I don't know the exact like details of each specific thing. Like I don't know air bases they could have gone to save lives. I don't know any of that because like I don't look into that. Overall, I looked at like an overall like top down view, and from what I remember was I think there was like a ceasefire or some sort of like document that they signed where they wouldn't actually be fighting during the pullout. But I don't remember. I don't remember a whole lot of the actual Afghanistan stuff.
Well,
but
it was an entire fucking shit show, and I'll be the first one to say if Trump fucked it up and fumbled it all too, it would have been a shit show too.
So, but my thing is like, so you're saying that what could Biden have done to say like we're going to use this base, we're going to use this airport, we're going to use all this stuff. Like, I don't know where Biden or Trump would have came in and made those differences, you know?
Yeah, Bagram Airfield. Yeah, that was the name of the airfield.
Yeah.
What could he have done different? It's been a while for me too. And if anyone in the chat has any suggestions, please let us know. But
my thing,
it was from what I've heard and what I've listened to of people talking, it was more of it was super non-planned, cut and draw. Like it was like like just cut everything now, just stop everything right now, boom, stop. Overnight. There was no like procedure plan, like planning from the higher ups, the generals and stuff like that.
says I don't get an opinion. I don't like with the specific stuff that goes on. I don't know exactly what happened, like with the actual pullout. But I know like just the general idea of like he wanted to pull out immediately. Other people said they wanted some sort of skeletal structure or some sort of thing in there to basically like prolong the pullout to where we can slowly pull out. But my understanding is that like whenever people broke down both scenarios, there was still like horrible shit on both sides if you did both options.
So we pretty much taught that, because a lot of the stuff we were doing later on in the war was teaching preparing the Afghan army and stuff like that. And the Afghan army was trained on our procedures, the way that we do stuff.
Yeah.
So the way we use air support and all stuff like that, we just cut all that off instantly. So when ISIS was coming in, and the Afghan army, once they realized that, hey, our whole procedure, the way we were taught to do things, the way we call in air support, the way we call in medevacs, it's all gone. Just boom, just instantly gone. And the question is why? Like, why did that happen? Why was there no, hey, we still have Bagram. While we're trying to pull people out of the city, why don't we still give them air support from Bagram to defend against the Taliban or ISIS, whoever's coming in taking these cities as they get closer and closer and closer? And from what I've heard, everyone who's in the know knew that if we did that, that's exactly what would have happened. Like all this stuff was known. Like, hey, if we don't do what we've previously taught them to do and we just cut it all off, then it's all going to go to shit. They're just going to take all the cities and they're going to be right back in the city, and the Taliban is going to take over right away. Like, it's not that people didn't know this stuff. There were people who knew this ahead of time going in, and they didn't do anything. Mackenzie says, oof, go read Crisis of Command, please. Crisis of Command. Was that a book? Who was that written by? Was that written by the, what's his name? Let us know who that's written by, because I heard somebody talking about that.
So I'm not going to claim to know everything about like the Afghanistan stuff. If you want to go back like later and we can have a debate like maybe in like a couple weeks, I can go back and read more about Afghanistan. But it's not like I know exactly about it. But like my base understanding is that it was a shitty scenario through and through. Like no matter what we did, like it's like we could change like the specific things we did, but like if we pulled out slower, there's probably other things that would have came up, or probably other like major things. Because at the time we talked about pulling out over and over and over and over again, but we never did. And it's like I think just the idea that we did pull out is probably a good thing.
I think there's a way we could have done it where 13 Americans didn't have to die.
Okay.
And countless other people who helped America and the time that we were over there, translators, stuff like that.
Okay. We can.
And you can ask anybody in the military, anybody, and they have a sour taste in their mouth over what happened. Every single person. And a lot of them say all the same stuff. I'm
not saying this isn't like this is like it was really bad. Like overall, the entire thing was really, really bad. But like, also, do you think if Trump was in this scenario, do you think that he would have been like a slow pullout, or do you think he would have never pulled out at all?
No, I think he just would have done it better. And I'll tell you why. My only reasoning why is the Taliban commander. He told him, if you do anything, and there was a period of time, it was like 18 months. Where not one American was killed after Trump made the deal with the Taliban leader. And he showed the Taliban leader a picture of his house and said, if I hear about another U.S. soldier dying, I'm going to blow up your house. I don't care who's in it. You can say that's wrong. I would say if there's kids and family in there, that's pretty wrong. I don't like that. But it's ballsy. It's a ballsy statement. And when you do shit like that, people kind of listen, because when people are, tooth and nail, eye for an eye people, and you talk to them that way, they understand it. And I think everybody in the world, every other major country in the world, when Biden got into office, I'm not saying they did this, but they're kind of like, yes, like, oh man, like way less of an issue, way more of a pussy. And, but again, Trump has 18 months of not one American citizen or one American soldier dying. Biden gets in, boom, 13 are dead on the pullout.
Okay. No, it's difficult because like I can't argue, like there's nothing I can argue here that would like support my side or support my stuff. Like I don't have that information on hand. I remember we argued about it like maybe it was like a few months ago, but like I would need to go back and look at some stuff in order to even have like an opinion on this.
And then, so what Michael's saying is there was a lieutenant, I think he was a lieutenant. Yeah, Lieutenant Colonel Stuart Scheller in the Marine Corps, and he spoke up and posted a video saying people need to take accountability for this. Like the people who messed up and got our people killed, at a bare minimum, need to take the accountability for this and make it right. And no one ever did. No one ever took accountability and said, hey, we made this decision, we fucked up. No one ever did that. So that was a huge issue. And the guy who stood up and said people, the higher ups who dealt with this whole thing, need to take accountability, he got shit canned from the military. He got discharged.
Okay.
So he got kicked out. PFC, a private first class, could have planned a more tactical sound pullout. Everybody who I've heard of has said that. And a lot of shit with General Milley too, and how he's an asshole and stuff like that. So there's that. That was the whole deal. And I'm not trying to take this topic and like bash you over the head with it because you don't know much about it, or you haven't read up much about it recently, or the whole Trump Biden thing. The last thing I'll kind of say about the whole Trump Biden thing is there's just now, like just recently, there's two things. One, not necessarily dealing with Biden, but it just came out that remember the Steele document with Trump?
I have no idea about that. No.
Oh, come on. You don't know about the Steele document?
If you explain what it is, I might know.
The Steele document is what they tried to use to say that it was before when Trump was elected. It was what is it exactly? That he was peeing on Russians and like working with the Russians, and he was a Russian spy and all this type of stuff.
Yeah.
That was the Steele document. And it was pretty much they literally later found out that it was paid for by somebody associated with the Clintons or something like that, whatever. It turned out that the whole Steele document wasn't true. There's nothing about it that was true. The Steele dossier is what it is. And it turned out just came out that the FBI offered to pay Steele, he's the Steele dossier. Steele is a spy for the UK. He worked for MI6, and they were getting information from him. The FBI offered him, and this just came out the other day, $1 million to prove Donald Trump did something. That's pretty ridiculous. I know that's not Biden himself, but that happened under actually Obama, I think. So technically not against Biden, but Biden was the vice president at the time. So whatever. And then also Biden just had kind of a quid pro quo. Yeah, with the Saudis asking, because the Saudis are about to cut off the oil or lower their oil amount that they make or something like that.
Yeah.
And Biden said, if you don't maintain this for another month, I'm going to cut off his support. No, what was it exactly? He threatened to pull aid to the Saudis.
Like sanctions. Like if you lower this, we're going to sanction you guys. Or
Yeah.
We're gonna,
And a lot of people are saying that it's a big deal because Biden's trying to keep the gas prices stable until after the midterms. And because he doesn't say like you need to keep the gas prices good until after the midterms. He said, I need you to keep the gas prices good for another month. And this was just said the other day. So everyone's kind of up in arms about that.
Okay.
I don't think we have to necessarily get into it, but his fucking mental state, I think you are an absolute retard if you think that he's all mentally there, 110%.
I'm not going to argue that. I think that obviously there's some things there where he obviously stutters, in his mental state, like he forgets things, says stupid shit.
Has 3 brain surgeries.
But my problem is that you kind of have to show me exactly where this is causing him to be a really bad president, or this is because overall I think that we need to look more at Like, what are the bills he signed? What are the things that just like? There's a lot of things he does that, even though you can argue like, oh, that's like his whatever his cabinet, whatever, choosing all these things. Like, we need to have more of a topic of like how about instead of like saying that he's like deranged and all this stuff, like we need to say like what is this causing him to do? If that makes sense, or what are the symptoms of him being
Like, okay, like you're saying he's mentally unstable, but it seems like he's still making sound political decisions.
I mean, like the speech the other day he gave, like you said, like he talked about like the MAGA Republican Scotty read it. That was a completely coherent speech. Like he didn't stutter one time in that, and I'm like, I think overall he can give speeches. He
His
can give,
Because it was a
majority,
hologram.
his majority of appearances on anything, what little he does compared to other presidents, he looks like a dolt. He's
Yeah,
speaking,
okay.
he's misspeaking all the time.
don't they say like
He's-
the UK president is like a dumbass or like a prime minister? UK
He
didn't they say
looks
for the-
kind of crazy, but he can speak. And
What-
every
but
president has their little slip ups.
Yeah.
George Bush did them all the time,
Oh yeah.
like with quoting shit, and like he messed up all the time. But like Biden, it's like he just gives up halfway through speeches,
Yeah, obviously that's
wandering around.
obviously that's like a thing. But the idea is like, I can't just take that and be like, yeah, you know what, he's a bad president. I have to see like, all right, is this causing us to
It's
look
making America look weak.
okay? But what is okay by America looking weak? What specifically has that changed? Is there like
I'll tell you exactly. Russia invaded Ukraine.
I don't think that was because it Joe Biden.
No, not necessarily, but he didn't do it under Trump, and he wanted to, and Trump said, "I'll blow up Moscow."
I don't. You might be able to lead that to like that point exactly, but I don't know how true that is. I don't know, like
How true? What is?
like obviously you can say like yeah because he is because like Joe Biden's in the presidency, they're able to attack Ukraine because Trump wasn't in there. You can say that, but like it's very difficult to find like a point where like that logically follows, if that makes sense. Like maybe do you think it's also possible that like who's it like Vladimir Putin attacked Ukraine because that just seemed like the most opportune time. Maybe his polls were looking down, and war typically pulls him up. So he's like, hey, it's about this time. Maybe I should attack. And maybe that has to do with Trump. Maybe it doesn't. But I don't think that's just because Biden's in presidency that he's going to attack Ukraine.
We have to take the data that we have now and use the data that we have now, and the data we know is he attacked Ukraine once Biden got in office. He wanted to attack Ukraine when Trump was in office, and Trump said, "I will blow up Moscow." And he didn't. He never went into Ukraine. He wanted to, but he didn't.
Okay.
Now all of a sudden, Biden comes in and he's in. That's the facts. And since Biden's been in office, China's ramped up stuff against Taiwan.
North Korea's been getting cocky again,
Okay.
shooting missiles.
My problem is that like yeah, we can say these things could be true,
Mm-hmm.
but there's no like there. All right, so let's say for example we have like an idea where it's like we don't need studies for everything. We don't need like specific data for everything, because like there's a lot of people in Texas that have AC units. I don't need a study to say that it's probably hot there and they probably like using AC units. But like this is something where it's like I have to reach to say like all right, he is specifically because Trump is in office, he's attacking. Like it's not like any data that can show me that this is the case. Like this is like very difficult.
It's not specific, but it's a piece on top of the pie.
Okay, but do you think it's also related to the fact that like maybe Putin is getting lower numbers and like war typically ups those numbers? Maybe
No, not because.
so it's only because Joe Biden is in
No,
office.
no, it's not only because of that.
Okay.
There's many reasons why Putin is doing what he's doing. It's not just because of Joe Biden.
Yeah.
It's because Ukraine flirting with NATO, and Putin doesn't want NATO on his border and stuff like that. There's obviously many, many other reasons. The whole election thing with Putin, come on. Seriously, you really believe they have stable elections in Russia? You think
Okay.
he's been voted into office over and over and over again, and then suddenly people who oppose him show up dead and committed suicide and all that
I'm
shit?
not saying that Putin's a good guy. No, but first off, what you just said, he's not afraid of NATO pushing into his territory. That's not what he's afraid of. He doesn't. NATO expansion has nothing to do with him attacking Ukraine. It specifically is like, it specifically is him, A, wanting to pump his polls, and B, wanting to take parts of Ukraine for himself, like saying like this is now my territory.
Okay, I don't disagree with you, but sometimes you have to take the crazy person at their word. And he has said many, many times, I don't want NATO on my border. He has said that multiple times.
Okay, he can.
Now, he can say it and it might not be true, but it's like, hey, I'm going to punch you in the face if you say this. And I keep saying that over and over. Then I punch you in the face because you say this. Maybe I meant what I said, maybe that is part of the truth. But I've heard this argument, and I've heard people make this argument like, oh, Putin keeps saying that, you know, he doesn't want NATO to be closer, but that's not actually the truth. It's like, how the fuck do you know? Are you in his head right now? Like, oh, I know he's lying about that one. Like that one he's lying about, but the other ones he's not lying. Putin actually means this.
The reason why is because I don't see a reason why he would be scared of NATO. There's no reason in my head why he would be scared. He's a smart guy. He understands that like NATO isn't the aggressor. They don't attack him. But the idea is like the only reason why he wouldn't want NATO expansion is because he probably just wants Ukraine. But he's not afraid of NATO. He's not afraid of any of that stuff. Like he's not like the only like I can't see that being a specific reason why he's like they're threatening me. Like that's not like
It's not like a war threat. It's a financial thing. It's because there's the Russian Federation, China's in on it, a few other countries are in on it, and he wants more people in like the Baltic state to be in on the Russian Federation. And the fact that if more of these countries keep joining NATO, they're creating a bigger economy that's bigger than his Russian Federation. And if NATO expands, the Soviet Union can't expand, which he said he wants to bring Russia back to its previous Soviet Union glory. And so if NATO keeps expanding through Europe, then it's taking away more previous territory that was owned by the Soviet Union.
I can see that. I guess what I heard initially was like it sounded like NATO was threatening him, which I didn't believe that NATO was threatening him. That's where I was saying like NATO's not a threat to him. He just wants extra territory.
NATO's not threatening him militarily; it's threatening him economically.
I haven't read into like economics and stuff on the actual Ukraine scenario, so I wouldn't know. But yeah,
for the most part, and does he wants the trade in the Black Sea or whatever sea is right there?
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah.
You know, he needs the land for that type of stuff too. Sure, but I would say that overall, at someone can make all the right decisions and still kind of look like a pussy, and you just don't want that person to be your leader. And I think that there might not be data to show that, but on the world stage, it's like, do you really want an 80-year-old dude who's a little senile? Maybe he doesn't make maybe he doesn't make stupid decisions, or maybe people are weekend at Bernie's, and that's what they're doing with him, making decisions for him. Possibly, sure. But hey, Scott, you want to open that window? I'm kind of hot. I don't know about you guys. It should be unlocked. But just as like if the time came when like some crazy decision was to be made, is he all there to make those decisions and step up and, you know, be the person that the country needs him to be? He just looks, it's a bad image. And you know, you can say that sounds stupid or whatever, but I think that's just kind of like an issue. Would you agree?
Yeah,
Just
no,
like-
of course. Yeah, no, I mean, like, you can't have him, babbling. Like, it's just, it looks ridiculous. It's absurd.
Would you admit that it is really, like, it just kind of makes us as a country look kind of pathetic? The babbling, or would you say, no, it
yeah.
looks
I mean,
great?
to like the general media, yeah, there's probably a lot of like people in like Europe. They're like, oh, that president's stupid. Like obviously on like Twitch streams, you see people who like they're in Canada, they're in other countries. They see this and they're like, wow, that guy seems like an idiot, you know. But when it comes to actually political stuff, where it's like an actual like person taking action, I don't see the actual relevance of like they're not going to think like, well, Biden's making these decisions, so he's pretty dumb, so I'm going to go and do this. I don't see that full connection there.
Do you actually believe Biden is making these decisions? Like all these like things he's actually
I don't think
signing into whatever, and do you think he's actually making the decision on
I
it?
don't think that he created the Build Back Better deal. I don't think he created any of this stuff, but I do believe that he does play in part some point of like the decision making, if that makes sense.
I can't remember what exactly it was, but there's some statement that he said. I think it's happened twice, where he publicly stated something, and then the next day the White House comes and goes, no, he didn't mean that. I think it was his interview he just did with 60 Minutes. I can't remember exactly what was said, but he said something very specific. Oh, if China attacks Taiwan, will we attack them back? And he said yes. And the guy goes, let me make you clarify, there will be boots on the ground if China attacks Taiwan. And he said yes. The next day, the White House came out and said, no, we don't have any plans to do anything if China attacks Taiwan, and totally reversed his statement. It's like, who's running the show here? Is the White House, cabinet, and stuff like that, are they running the show? Or is he? Because he said this, and the White House press is saying this, and they're on absolute opposites of each other.
I don't see. You can say like, yeah, like there's people doing, and there's people taking over and doing all this stuff. Like, also during like Trump's presidency, he said a lot of things that were like pretty like I don't know about this, and like obviously the White House in the back and like I don't know, this isn't like fully, like there's always these conflicts between like the White House and the president. But I don't think like you have to specifically show me a case where his like full negligence or like his full like him not being there has directly impacted an action and caused some sort of like fallback issue.
So you're telling me something has to terribly go wrong?
I know something just doesn't have to terribly go wrong, but there has to be something bad or some negative effect of him supposedly being like senile or him not being there.
Like Afghanistan.
I don't think that you could even closely represent like we really got to get back to like Afghanistan like a separate date because I need to break that down and figure it out entirely because like you can come in and say this stuff but like I just don't know anything about Afghanistan, but like I don't think that you can even link like him being like senile or him like that to the whole Afghanistan situation being bad. Like, I don't think you can link
let's
those two.
just say that Afghanistan is his fault, just for hypothetical reasons.
Yeah.
Does his mental stability play a part in it, in that decision being bad? Let's see, he's totally at fault.
I don't understand like why would he be at fault? Is it because he made the decision alone, or like it's hard for me to even grapple that hypothetical because it's like if it's
maybe he didn't make because there can be two things here. There can be he made a bad decision or he failed to make a decision. Those are both can be very bad.
But even then, it's like because we haven't even argued fully like the Afghanistan scenario of like I need to go back and realize like was Afghanistan decision bad or was the scenario bad and the decision he made kind of like not the best decision. Like there's so many things there.
Fine. I'll take away the Afghanistan thing. What about pulling out fracking, the pipeline, pulling that out?
Okay, specifically pulling out the pipeline. What did that do?
Don't tell me it didn't make gas prices go up because I've heard that so many times and it's just not true. You can go and look it up. It affected the gas prices a lot.
The story affected the gas prices, but the actual production of gas did not affect the gas prices.
Yeah, so he's still responsible for the story then.
Okay, even if I can't see the problem is like yes, you can say like that made the gas prices go up, and it probably did, but I don't think that he should change his decision on that and be like, oh, we can't have any bad stories right now.
Okay, fine. Keep the pipeline, right?
Okay.
We make our own gas. We start selling that gas to other countries. Whose economy is doing better and whose economy is doing worse?
How long was that pipeline in service? Or how long was it they trying to build that pipeline?
For years.
Yeah, years. And when was it going to be completed?
I don't know.
It's like it still took like 5, maybe even 8 years. It was delayed multiple times, even by Trump. But the idea is like we look at that as such a serious thing because it's like, well, this is a bad. So the only thing that's bad from it was like it caused backlash within the media and the media reported on it.
He stopped the pipeline.
Yep.
He stopped fracking on government land.
Yep.
And he told many. I think there's a whole thing with Texas too and offshore drilling that he all stopped. So it wasn't just the pipeline; it was all those things.
Yep.
And there's a whole thing with energy independence. Obviously, he didn't know this whole thing with Russia was going to pop off.
Yep.
But it did. And now we're kind of fucked. And now we're running around. We're dealing with the fucking Saudis. And now we're dealing with Argentina trying to figure out the gas thing. And I guess we'll see after the midterms if the prices go back up. Because I've read that the only reason why the prices are down now is because we keep selling off our reserves. Mm-hmm. That's the only reason why the prices came back down from how high they were.
Yeah. The problem with gas prices is that like it's a super complicated subject because it's not just the production, it's not just the price of like what they're selling it for. It's like it's also like how the media reacts to it, how people react to it, and it's something that's so incredibly just like almost unpredictable, you know.
And then the other thing too with the whole Build Back Better thing, and I'll kind of be done with this, is I know something that me and you will 100% agree on. And the whole green energy, all that. If you care about the environment, what would you build?
Nuclear power plants.
I totally agree. Why are we not doing that?
I think that
There's more technology. There's
Don't argue with me
safer.
about nuclear power. Don't tell me this. I know this. All right.
I know.
I'm completely in agreement with you, but the idea is like, I'm not gonna try and say like wind. I don't agree with. I think wind's dog shit.
Yep,
It's pretty
I
harsh
agree.
opinion. Solar is pretty good. I think it does a lot of really great things. I think it's becoming cheaper, but I don't think it's like I don't think we should. I don't think it's gonna survive. Like I don't think it's gonna create like America do this really great thing. I think that the issue is like there's so many regulations on nuclear power. I think it goes deeper than him just saying, "Hey, we should allow nuclear power." Because like there's so much like stigmatism behind it. People like hating the idea of it because it's dangerous. There's like there's so many
And
things. That
and he could get the ball rolling.
I don't know if he could. I don't know if his
Okay. Well, you don't know if he could. We don't know because no one's tried. I think someone needs to fucking try.
well the
Because
problem.
the whole entire infrastructure is collapsing
Mhm.
as far as the power. And
Well, this is probably something I don't know how much because you're not going to know about this, but there are things being passed right now, which I don't know how much of it has to do with him, but there's mini reactors being pushed right now, or like modular stuff. And nowadays, I think the future isn't necessarily going to be like specifically massive power plants, but I think the push is going to be for smaller reactors. Or they're going to be like because they
I've
do
heard a lot about that.
right now it takes so much money to invest. That's why Dominion Energy went like downright like horrible because of all the bureaucratic stuff, and then also it costs billions and billions of dollars and it takes so much funding. And then how long does it take to get that money back? Like 30 years. I don't want to wait 30 years. And also, I don't want to put up all this money right now and lose all this money for the next 30. Like I want the money now, and like that's what solar, that's what wind promises us. And I think like it's difficult, but I think that as soon as we see these like mini reactors, as soon as it becomes easier to invest in these things, I think that
Maybe the government should just fund it then.
but the government can't. The problem is like he can just
Why
go.
not? What they can. How come? How come the government can give? How come everything I hear is, all green energy subsidies and all this bullshit? We're paying Tesla a fuck ton of money for being a green company and all that type shit. Like that's where Tesla makes their money.
Mhm.
They don't make their money from cars. They
Okay.
make their money from subsidies from the government and selling those subsidies to other companies.
Okay, I don't disagree that the government probably could do a lot more in terms of nuclear stuff, but I haven't. First off, Trump didn't do it. Biden didn't do it. I almost have an idea that it's not necessarily just like the president's not doing anything. I have an idea that it's like it's more like there's a lot of people who probably don't want it like in their head, like they don't like the idea of nuclear energy, and there's probably a lot more push from his actual like.
Yeah, but the
people.
data's all there. Everything's all there.
But the people don't like it, and if the people don't like it, then it's like it's very difficult. To
Okay,
push.
you can't use that.
What do you mean I can't use that? He's a president. He has to represent the people, like the people that voted for him. If he decides to go and like say like, hey, everything that you guys wanted, I have a better idea. I'm not going to do that. Then a lot of people would start hating him for it. A lot of the environmentalists probably want to push for nuclear or want solar and wind, but they probably don't give a shit about nuclear. So he has to support his actual base. Whether or not I don't know if he believes that like solar or wind is better than nuclear. I have no idea. But
Do
like,
you think there's more solar and wind? Because there's a fuck ton of solar and wind studies being done,
Mhm.
and they're all being subsidized by the government. People who should know the data on nuclear power plants and the safety of them and all that.
yeah, people obviously should. Yeah.
Okay, that's my whole argument for everything else we've talked about tonight.
Okay. So
For the most part, and we don't have to get into any of that stuff, but I'm just saying, like, for so much of this, of all these things, it's like, here's something that we totally agree on,
yep,
110%.
I think we do. Yeah.
We know the data on it.
Mm-hmm.
So when the data is all there for COVID, everyone's good with it. But when the data is all there for this, nobody likes it. Why? I don't get it. Why? And I'll make a little tiny hypothesis here. Because of bullshit activists and people at the top trying to make money off of dumb shit. And the other thing, who benefits from solar energy in wind power? Do you know?
I don't exact. I couldn't tell you.
China, because they make all the shit for it.
Mhm.
And there's then the other thing is the whole energy independent thing. Like, why are we not trying to do this? We're already kicked in the teeth
So
with this war going on.
So my problem is, and obviously this is a problem with here. This is specifically Trump and Biden because both of these guys probably could have pushed for this. But my problem is like,
That was one thing I was very angry that Trump did not do.
yeah, obviously, like I think there were some things that Trump did that were I think were really good. Obviously, like in terms of technology, like he invested in supercomputers. That shit's really cool. He put 1000000s of dollars into it. I like stuff like that. But the problem with like the whole nuclear stuff, maybe it's more of a problem that like in reality, people don't want to see nuclear. People don't trust nuclear. People don't believe in it. And maybe that's sort of an issue where like Biden needs to come out and say, hey, nuclear energy is the thing, But maybe it's also like people just aren't really politically ready for it. You know, if you push that, maybe
like
maybe it gets a bunch of pushback.
the people pushing the policy, pretty much.
Yeah, the people need to be backing that sort of policy in order for them to push it, is what I imagine. And it's just, I don't think that that's there, or he doesn't believe that's there.
Just like all the people in the media pushing the policies of transgenderism and all that bullshit.
This is different now. We're going down a different route.
There
This
could
is-
be similarities there.
Okay, dog. All right, you want to get
Yeah.
the abortion?
Yeah, and I want Scotty to start.
Scotty, start this abortion
Start with
topic.
abortion.
Start it hot and heavy.
Hot and heavy.
Hot and heavy.
How should I start it?
However you want.
Give your
know.
opinion. Use really mean words. Say everyone else is stupid. Just say like, my opinion's right. It's objective.
You're putting me on the spot here.
Well, you do not have an opinion on abortion?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something.
Oh, you're talking about the.
Hmm?
They're like, I don't want to give.
Mackenzie said, "I believe in you."
Big time.
If you would have,
Did you not give him all the topics beforehand?
I didn't give him my answers. Why would I give him my answers?
He
You say what I
he
think.
told me I was coming in and mediating, so I pretty much, and I'm like, I don't know,
But you haven't been-
pretty tired right now. I need to think of more
Want
excuses.
some Mountain Dew?
Um,
You have opinions on this. You told me opinions. Where do you think the argument lies? Where do you think the argument boils in?
I think the argument lies on like when life starts, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think it was always before this came mainstream. I think it was always like, oh, life just begins at birth. You know what I mean? No one really thought about this much. You know what I mean?
Not to
That's
cut,
what,
I don't want to cut you
What was
off, but there were back in the olden times. They actually didn't have a full force. Like, not to say this is like the case. This is what should be or anything. But back in the day, they were kind of like okay with not abortion necessarily, but like they didn't really give a shit if the baby made it because the
so
mortality
many
rates
people,
were so low.
so many people died. Like
Yeah.
even up to 5 years old.
But that's
Sometimes
not a
they
case
wouldn't
for
even name
abortion. I
their
don't
kids
think
till they're
that's-
like 2 or 3 years old because so many kids died.
Yeah.
But I think for so long, I don't think people realize like people would be doing this. You know what I mean? So like I think generally they're like, oh, you know, you're when you're born, you're a person. You know, I don't think they actually like thought people would be doing this. So I don't know. It's a really tough subject, to be honest. And I think I'm somewhere in between, all the way up to 20 weeks, even possibly. I haven't done a massive amount of research, but with the way everything goes, because I'm definitely like Plan B kind of makes sense, you know. But I know some people are stuck like right as soon as the egg. But I mean, it really depends on your perspective and how far you zoom out, like with looking at it all.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know where else to go with that.
We're good.
You want me to go or you want to go?
Yeah, you can go.
Okay. I'm going to read the script here, okay, word for word. So
Your agenda.
my opinion might have changed since last night, so I don't know. All right, it seems like the right has a very firm hold on the pro-life stance. And I think that in 50 years, we'll take a look back and we'll believe that the idea of like the pro-choice movement was terrible. I think we're going to look back and be like, wow, we actually believe that shit, because this is the only stance that the right has held. Not in terms of like we can look back at things like the right has kind of given up on a lot of ground, but this is where it's like this has never moved. Not in like I don't think it'll ever move. I think it'll always stay like pro-life is like the actual like right opinion. I think the right holds that. But I think there are many interesting ideas for why, not necessarily pro-choice, but different points in the pregnancy we can see as like viable options to say like this is where it is a life or isn't a life. Specifically, I point to consciousness, which is around 16 to 24 weeks when the part of the brain that we believe to be consciousness develops. And the idea is this is a very like this is something we can see. Like we can do a scan and be like, all right, you're gonna get an abortion. How about we do a scan on the baby, like see its brain. If that part of the brain developed that has like the ability to hold consciousness, then we can actually say like that's like then that's life or it isn't a life, and we can abort it. Yeah. And I'll explain the more reasons of why I believe this once we break it down. But that's my official opinion.
Can I also add that like I think no matter what you believe in, no matter like what everything, I think you have to kind of look at as humans as you know, it kind of sounds like narcissism, but we're not animal. You know what I mean? You almost have to realize like you're better than that. Like you're better than, you know, and it almost like you can't look at it from a pure science. I don't think you should look at it from a pure scientific view of just like cells and just whatever. So it's kind of hard. I don't think I'm at 20 weeks. I think it'd be more like sooner than that if you're going to, you know, do something like that. But it's such a tough subject.
To quickly add on to what he said, what did you say? Shoot, I just.
Talking about being held to a higher standard, humans.
All right, Dallas, you can go. I'll comment on what he said in a minute.
My general beliefs on abortion is, for argument's sake, I will always give the other person rape and incest. Everything else is pretty much like, I think there's a viable solution for it that doesn't have to do with taking the life. I don't even want to try to understand what somebody would go through if they were ever raped and had to conceive the baby and be reminded of that. I understand adoption and stuff, but that would be just a very, very difficult decision. And not that the financial decisions and all those type things are not difficult. I don't think that, my personal belief is, I don't think people are out there like, oh man, can't wait to freaking murder this baby. Like, I think every decision to do that is a very difficult decision. But I have a moral belief, a Christian belief, that you can't harm kids. And I would even go as far to say that you can't harm, I don't care if you want to call an embryo, I don't care if you want to use science to try and describe it, but you can't harm even a potential life. So if it's just an embryo, that is the start of a life. And if you don't want to use the word life, you can say potential life. And I think it is wrong to take that away from a potential life of a person. And then my other main thing is, there are so many abortions that necessarily don't have to happen. Like, if you take away all the abortions that are like for whatever medical reasons and rape and stuff like that, it's a very low percentage. And I take issue with that. And I think that I don't necessarily think, I think that it's a tool that in certain very rare circumstances can be used, but it should always be avoided at all costs. And that's kind of my stance on the whole thing. And I have some data and stuff like that too.
Okay. So what I was going to say with Scotty is that this argument, I believe that it completely exists outside the realm of science. I don't think that science can tell us really anything about this, because it's like, when we're defining what a human life is, yeah, we can use science and say like, yeah, there's blood going through the veins, there's like neuron activity in the brain, we can say these things, but like where we place human life upon that is completely based in like psychology. So like the best example I can use of this is like to explain where science and psychology meet each other is like, science will say that if we had the numbers 1, 2, and 3, science will say there are 3 numbers here quantitatively. Qualitatively, the numbers are 1, 2, and 3. But to count them in the order of 1, 2, and 3, there's no scientific method that could ever tell us we need to count it in that order. I can count however I want.
3,
And that's
2,
where psychology.
1, 2, 3, 1.
Yeah.
2, 1, 3.
Exactly. So this is where it's like, I think it's philosophy. I meant to say not psychology, but I think the philosophy completely dominates whether or not abortion is okay or not okay. And whenever people come in and say like, "Oh, science proves it," it's like, how the fuck does science prove it? I just don't see that.
I would agree. I think that, and there's verses on this in the Bible and stuff. You can look them up for yourself. But I think it happens way, way, way too much. Like, so I had you also don't have to consider the risks that come along with getting an abortion. Yeah, there's plenty of risks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I think that a lot of these things, as far as abortion, it's a sorry excuse for self-control. And like, I wasn't able to control myself. Your situation. Like, okay, so let me just read you some of the numbers I wrote down. Biggest reasons for having an abortion is financial. 40% of abortions are financial reasons are given. 36% not correct stage of life. 30% issues with partner. 29% focusing on existing kids. 20% career prospects. 19% emotional unavailable. 12% health related problems, and then 1.5% due to rape. And those numbers might not be exact.
No, I accept them completely.
For the most part, I think they're relatively close. It says 1 in 4 women in America has an abortion. and I think that number is just way too high.
Yeah, I don't. That doesn't make any sense. I'm guessing that was some sort of survey done to be like, did you have an abortion? They're like, I think I did.
Yeah, and it depends on what they consider, but I think there's a year. Could somebody look this up for me? Like how many abortions are done per year in America? I think it was something like 6 million or something like that.
I thought it was closer to 900,000 or a million.
Maybe a million.
Because me and Matthew were making a debate: what is more dangerous, COVID or the Democrat? And since the Democrat supports abortion, and it depends on how you look at it.
My goodness.
If you look at all those, if you looked at it as 900,000 people, and then COVID's killing 1 million people a year, it's about the same,
COVID's only killing 300,000.
Or 300,000. Yeah, 300,000 a year, 1 million total so far. So
What?
technically,
There are less abortions now than there were in 1980, apparently.
but
Wow. I
But
didn't know
you
that.
also have to look at the debate as the left looks at as if the men want to control women. That's how they see it.
Yeah.
And then the right looks at it as if they're killing people, they're killing life. Like,
Yeah,
they're
that's not-
both coming at it at different angles, and then they not completely, but they both accuse the other of
I'm pro-choice
You
too,
know.
actually. Did you guys know that?
You're gonna. I know what you're gonna say.
Good choice to wear a condom.
I knew it, dog. All right, so let's get
Is
to.
it not true though?
Okay, I can agree that is true. Like, obviously, you can wear a condom, but like, I think that because of like, if I can define to you that like, I believe that the life starts between 16 and 24 weeks based off the consciousness and whenever we read the brain. If I believe that, then anything before like 16 weeks, I can guarantee that like I don't think that's a life. Now, do I actually feel that's not a life or not? It's weird because like I don't feel like the day after it's born, if you end the pregnancy or kill it, I don't know how you want to say it. If you end it there, I don't feel like that's like a murder. But I also believe that like over like all the way like right before pregnancy, if you kill that, I think that is murder. Like I would never argue that point. But
Which is legal in New York now, right?
it probably is. It's super.
I think the last time, thinking about it more, I think the last time I thought about this, I think I was more in the 12 to 15 weeks. Like group, like preferably not at all, of course, but for like if they're going to, do these type of things,
Mm-hmm.
I think I was more in the 12 to 15 week camp, if not at all. I think think that's more so.
So I think
And then Plan B, I never had I don't think I'm wavering on at all.
so I wanted to kind of move into the actual argument of like why conception is chosen over consciousness. If that makes sense.
Sure.
So I don't see like an objective thing for like why why a conception is chosen over it, but I'll go ahead and explain why I think consciousness is important. Maybe you can attack consciousness and then I'll come back and attack conception. So consciousness for me, I believe that that's how we define life as is. I think when someone dies, it's when they lose their human consciousness or when we know it won't come back, if that makes sense. So for example, when someone obviously there's life, okay, but then there's human life. I think that when somebody dies, there's a point in that process where we say, all right, we don't care, like we don't value this person. Like if I were to stab this person, it's not murder, like it's at that point there's a point from where it goes a living person to a dead body.
Technically illegal though.
Like it might be illegal, but it's not illegal in the terms of like we're ending a human life. It's just like you're just defaming a body, whatever it is. So my argument is that like whenever the brain has no activity and has no ability to continue activity, like to come back, I believe that's the point where it's like that's when we say that life is over. So I think that's where we should say that that's where life begins.
Okay. My thing with that is if you take an embryo and you leave it where it's at for 21 weeks, is that what you said?
Yeah.
I think 21 weeks is 21 days is the heartbeat. If you leave it as it is, it will have that.
It'll have that like human consciousness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like eventually it's going to have that in a short period of time.
Okay.
And it's like it's going to happen. Like,
Okay.
it is going to happen.
Yeah, I would say that if you applied energy, if you did all these things, it would happen, but it hasn't yet, and that's why.
A lot. What's the percentage of pregnancies that miscarry in the first 20
First
weeks?
trimester.
Yeah, first trimester. What?
I'm not sure how many babies.
because it seems like that's a very common thing. Like people don't even really announce their pregnancies until later on.
Yeah, because of miscarriages
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
I don't know if that would
Right.
factor into anything.
So it just says in about 10 to 15 overall, like out of 100 pregnancies, 10 to 15 end in miscarriage. One in 5 of these miscarriages are between 13 and 19 weeks. I don't know why that's important, but most carriages
Mackenzie
happen
could
within.
probably tell us.
Yeah, it's before the week 12 is what it says is when most miscarriages happen. That's what it says right here.
Yeah, Mackenzie said you have to consider the risks of abortion too, because there are risks to it.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
not like you should be doing like. I feel like if you've had one, it's like all right, like, we need to pay attention.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
Like
think
people that have multiple, it's getting like I don't know.
I think at any point in time, if it's again, this is a personal view, but it comes a point in time where it's like, who are you to say when life begins, type thing. Take the brain scans, consciousness, all. It's like, who are you to say? And I think you're kind of playing God, especially if you're government, trying to say, hey, no, we say this is when life starts, or whatever.
The government doesn't acknowledge you until you have a birth certificate, until you're born.
But the problem is we have to make this decision.
Kind of, but if a pregnant lady, if somebody kills a pregnant lady, it's a double homicide.
So I think there is
Also, so we might need to fix that law to a single homicide.
I have that written down here too.
But
so
that was it.
my problem is that although we can't dictate to somebody else when our life hasn't, I think that we can have a pretty reasonable talk about like, where do you think life starts? And we can argue based upon that. And obviously we can't come to a definitive conclusion. Like I don't think there really is one, but I think that everybody generally can have a pretty good stance on where they believe that life starts or where they feel life starts, and break it down.
Think about, like, I don't necessarily think you're wrong, and I don't even necessarily think it's totally valuable to even argue that, but it's like, at what, do you really think that it's like, oh hey, we have some data here that says we can kill this thing now because of this reason? And it's like, I don't, without consciousness, I think you get on later in life is like, oh, I kind of take that back, because there is a point where I would kill somebody in real life if they had certain actions, so I can't really use that argument.
When did you begin? Did you begin when your grandparents met each other? Like it's you have to
When
decide.
did I begin?
Yeah. When did you begin specifically?
Well,
When your parents met, like when you're, you know what I mean, like.
biblically, I mean,
Mhm.
the Bible said God knows you before you ever existed.
Mhm.
So technically, you've always existed. I'll kind of give you my kind of why I kind of have this belief of life begins at conception thing, and I take this with a grain of salt, right? There's a story that somebody told about it's one of those near death experiences or something like that, and they went to heaven, and there's all these little embryos flying around, and someone asked what the person asked what they were, and they're like, oh, that's John, and the embryos were talking, and they're in groups together, hanging out and playing and talking. And they realized that all those embryos were aborted babies that were living in heaven. And I heard that, and I was like, I can't, if that's true, even on the, I don't care if you said it was in 1 to infinity probability, with just my beliefs, I'm like, I can't, I just can't do it. Even if I wanted to do it, I can't do it. And it's just a pure moral thing. It's I could say that life begins here, so it's so hard for me to go, okay, life technically begins here, so we can kill this thing here. And it's I know, my brain knows that that thing will become a person, whether it's considered a life or not a life, unaided or unharmed, it will become a person. And I'm stopping that process, and I can't rationally, morally accept that. And I'll be the very first person to say that if you're going to hold this belief that, you should donate to adoption centers, or you should, get involved with what you believe in, not just pick a stance and, leave it there. You know what I mean? And I think it actually is true too. Like conservatives adopt more kids than liberals do, and so for most part they kind of stand up for what they believe in type thing. But I just have a super hard time saying, hey, it's okay to kill this thing because it's not yet a life. It's so, like, it kind of inside, like, kind of pains me to like think that type thing.
Okay. I'm trying to find like a place where. So why specifically is it conception? Is it because like at that point it's like with energy it's gonna become a life, or like because like I could say like technically the sperm swimming to the egg, technically both of those are technically life, maybe not human life, but like technically those are going to become a human.
For the same reason why
When you say conception, do you mean when the sperm actually hits the egg?
when it becomes an embryo,
When is that?
that's when the embryo and the sperm
When
and
they
the egg,
meet?
when they come together and they start forming. And once they form, they.
So is Plan B out of the question,
I'm not 100% sure on that. I've heard that.
or does it take a few days, or
No,
what?
so I think it takes a few days, and from what I know, Plan B just flushes out the entire system. But I could be totally wrong.
That's what. Yeah, Plan B basically starts the period, is from what I understand.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure.
And I think that's true too. I think without looking into that much, and I would say me personally, I would err on the side of caution. I'd err on the side of caution to say probably not a great thing, but I'm not sure on that. And
And then is wearing a condom. Then you're preventing the life. There could have been a potential life there,
you're preventing it from happening.
so it doesn't have.
It doesn't. The sperm doesn't meet the egg.
But
That's
why?
kind of where I'm
but
at.
the problem is that like you're the one who's defining this life, and then you're saying like this is why it is. Like if this is not, you're explaining the process, but like why is conception more important than like consciousness? Why is conception more important than it being out of the womb? Why is it more like why is conception more important than all these things?
Because that's the only, for me, it's the only logical place. There's always an argument for there's an argument for killing a kid after it's born, right?
Mhm.
There's an argument for killing a kid right before it's born. There's an argument for killing a kid each week all the way down. Once you get to conception, there really is no argument there.
What do you mean?
Like,
There's an argument for not wearing a condom.
I don't think they're not. So a sperm left by itself will never turn into a human. An egg left by itself will never turn into a human. They have to come together and meet.
So it's at collision whenever they would actually be.
Yeah, and that's kind of my personal beliefs. That's there's stuff that I understand that some Christians kind of believe that like you should never even like freaking masturbate, because if you do that, then you're throwing away like life forms and stuff like that. But the other thing is too is like you have freaking 10,000. I don't want to get like too graphic here.
Millions. It's like
You have millions of them, and when the thing happens, millions of them are swimming, and you were the winner. So, if I believed that those things were potential life, and all of them went away and died because my one met the egg, then I would have to say that sex is wrong. And I was like, obviously, that's not wrong.
But that's the problem though. It's like you're saying it's wrong because it's like in reality it's like, well, that just sounds bad. I can't do that, you know? But like the reason for why you don't believe that, it's almost not like that's not the reason why you believe that like conception is the point of like that's where life is. It's because like it's the point where the egg and the sperm meet, and that's when energy can be applied, and there's no other form there that can change that. There's no other like thing that needs to happen to cause that to grow, you know?
Yeah, left unaided. So from the embryo on, it will become a human.
So if you look at humans as part of nature, this is just something I was just thinking of just now. So if you look at humans as part of nature, nature is rough. You look at like there are certain like people don't like to use mouse traps. Like a mouse trap would just snap a mouse's neck dead. So people will capture a mouse and go put it out in the wild. Thing goes out in the wild and dies within an hour, suffering like horrible death when a snap death might have been better. So I think I'm trying to think of where I'm going with this. It's almost like if you look at it from it's humans are just part of nature, you know, it's nature's rough, you know, rough things happen and you kind of just accept like, I don't know where I'm going.
All right,
with this
so
completely, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
how about this? When do you think somebody dies? When would you say like this person is officially dead? There's nothing we can do.
Their heart's been stopped and their brain waves are inactive for like a couple days.
Well, I think it's one or the other. I don't think it is both. Because I think you can stop
I don't
someone's
think
heart.
I don't think it's a couple days. I think
What do you mean? You can stop your heart for a substantial amount of time and still live.
Yeah, you can.
And you can have no brain activity and still be alive too.
Okay, there's an importance there. Is that before? Okay, so both of those technically you could argue in a way, but the brainwave one, whenever we go under, whenever there's a specific point where somebody is going unconscious, whenever that person goes under, there's a specific like preference that person has to either be alive or not be alive. Okay? And whenever we have that preference, I think it's important that we respect that preference, and I think that's what we do as a society. I think that this is something that we recognize, we've always recognized, kind of within like the medical field at least. And I think that this is like, I think that brainwave specifically or brain functionality is like the key thing in like deciding whether or not something is life or isn't life.
Did you know that when you die, your brain immediately loses a very tiny, significant amount of weight?
I don't think that's true. I think that comes from
I heard that somewhere.
that comes from a movie, I believe, and I
that
think
where it all
people,
comes
yeah, because I remember watching a movie and actually thinking that, and I think they tested that. I don't think it's true, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong too, but I feel like I looked that up before.
Okay, maybe that's totally wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, where I was kind of going with that is, I believe in, you have your body, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have your mind, and you have your spirit or your soul.
Mm-hmm.
So there's three things. I believe that you possibly, I don't necessarily know this, but you get your soul when you become an embryo. You don't get your brain waves, you don't get your heart in your body, but you get that. And eventually those other things develop. So I think that's, for me, as far as me being a Christian, that's my missing link. I think you're not alive when your soul leaves your body. As far as like religiously. And that's not even like a massive, like where conception starts, like where, you know, it becomes a life. If I don't even have that big of a, like, that's my belief, and I'm most likely going to stick to it for the rest of my life. I don't have an issue with you saying like, hey, I believe at 21 weeks, you know, that's kind of what I believe. My biggest issue is you have 40% of people saying, hey, let's kill this kid because I don't have enough money. To where it's like, oh, if you just had more money or more support, you would just have the kid.
That seems like a bad reason.
Or, hey, I want to further my career, so let's just kill the kid. And it's like, you start trading.
I think you have to realize if it's a kid or not. I think that is the most important thing. Like money shouldn't be a factor. All these different things, like it either, you know.
Yeah, it trumps if it is a life or isn't a life. Yeah. That's the main thing. But if you don't believe it's a life, then it does come down to like,
most of the people getting abortions today don't like think it's a life. Like they don't think it is a that big of a deal. Obviously, you know, if they really did understand or think of it that way, I don't think they'd be doing it.
I think they do. I honestly, because
they just don't care.
No, they do care. I think that they know it's a life, and they know that it's wrong, and they do it anyways out of fear of money, financial, job. Like, I've heard a few like firsthand stories of like people's like how they make their decision, and the whole like they kind of know it's a life, and it's like tormenting to them making this decision, but for some reason the fear of not having money is more scary to them, and I don't get that.
are they scared that they're not going to be able to financially support the kid, and then like that trumps
Yeah.
that?
I don't think that, because I don't think that you can just assume people's intentions or things like that. Because like, I don't know how I would feel about like actually getting an abortion, but like, I guess logically, I would still stand on like the whole consciousness thing. Like, I would never try and understand like, all right, your intentions are this. Unless they told me what their intentions were, I wouldn't really go out and be like, these people believe this because of this. They actually do believe that it's life, or like, uh, I don't know. I feel like people could easily come to the conclusion that like it isn't a life until like 16 to 24 weeks, and they may truly believe that.
I think that for women, women.
Mackenzie said something. I don't know. I didn't want to leave her out.
Oh, what'd she say?
She said that basically we pronounce you dead after the heart stops for 5 minutes. But
I thought that was an old cow. I didn't see that.
but I don't know. You go ahead. I'm not gonna.
I just know, like, I saw somebody kind of go through this situation, and from other people who I've heard, like people who've been interviewed, there's some people that go into like the clinics where people are doing this, and the whole issue of it being a life, not being a life, it's not really brought up. Like, it's brought up in the arguments, like it's brought up in the debates. It's never brought up when the person who is going through it, they're never like, oh, I'm so worried, I don't know if I necessarily believe this is a life or not yet. It's always just, oh my gosh, I don't have the money right now. I can't do this. I don't have the money. And it's all about the money. And I'm like, that's the argument that like gets pulled up so much. Like, that's the big worry. That's the big fear. And it's like, life, not a life, potential life, eternity, heaven, possibly killing a person, maybe killing a potential life. Like, you're going to balance money over all that stuff. Like, and yeah, you can say like, well, maybe they just don't believe it's a life, so it makes it easier for them. And I'm like, I really don't think that people are like, oh, like women who are pregnant. And again, I'm not a woman, so it's very difficult for me to say, but it's like, I think they're not sitting there going, oh, not a potential life yet, it's okay. I think they all, like, in the Bible it says that God's morals are written on your heart. And I fully believe that. It's like, you kind of know right and wrong. People say, well, there's people in Africa who are cannibals, and they do that and whatever. I don't feel like getting into that yet, because this isn't a debate on that type of stuff. But they know the truth. Like, they know what's going on. And you're gonna ask for studies and data, and I don't have it.
Studies and data has nothing to do with this.
No, but or you're gonna ask for whatever. But
My main point is, right now you're saying that, it seems like you believe the objective fact is that conception is the point where it becomes a life.
I just think it's the only good place.
So you'd have to, in that case, then like kind of like show that consciousness isn't a good place to like define others. So I really got to push you on like when you believe someone's dead, because let's say we have a person in front of us and we take out the heart, but like at the body still functioning, we put in like a mechanical one. Do you think that's when the person is dead?
The person's already been born.
What do you mean?
They've already been alive. They've already been born. They've already went through, their pregnancy stage, were birthed, lived their life.
But my problem is, you need to have like a definition of what you believe life is, or why you believe someone is a life, or why do you believe that like an animal is not the same as like a person, or like why, like there's you have to have a reason for why each of these things exist. And I think that where you define someone as a life needs to correlate when you believe someone's dead. How not?
Because I believe that we were created by God. So that if we are specifically created by God in his image, that trumps every other animal or being on this planet.
The other thing with debating abortion in America is not everyone believes in God. So I think you almost need to come at it from a different from a non-religious perspective to be able to talk to the left about this if you're going to
I 100%.
if you're going to debate them. You know,
That's why I
like-
say I'll give them medical stuff. I'll give them rape for debate reasons. I'll even though I don't personally believe in those things that it's okay if those things happen. I'll concede them because I know that they don't have my same beliefs, and that's why I try to really focus on the late term stuff. You really have to kill this baby. Do you really have to stop this potential life, whatever, because of these reasons that I think are kind of dumb? And again, when you're the one in the hot seat, when you're the one in the, oh shit, this baby's coming and I don't have the money. Yeah. Like, I don't even want to imagine how difficult that must be. Like, I guarantee you it is very, very difficult.
And I would always shy away from it, obviously. Like I'm not like I'm trying to look at this from a like just a society perspective on this, you know.
And then
it's tough to separate the things, you know.
And then the other thing too, like,
Personal.
for me, I understand that things happen and stuff like that, but it's like you can like a lot of the stuff can be avoided. Like, that's my biggest thing too. And it's like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, well, don't ever have sex again, but it's like, know the consequences too.
Okay, but the issue is that they're like, all right, so let's say you're arguing with me. I'm saying that consciousness is where it's alive. There are no consciousnesses to me. So if there's no consciousness before 16 weeks, that's not a life. There's no consequences there to basically like deter me from doing that, you know? And that's something that you kind of have to like show me like in your system, like, why do you believe that conception is a better alternative to consciousness?
I can give you something because I can so if you don't go by the consciousness, you go by its own strand of DNA. It has its own unique DNA. What do you think of that?
Why do you believe that the DNA is important?
Because the DNA
Because it's
is
its
what
own
builds
special like
But
it
sperm is
has
DNA
its own
and an egg is DNA.
yeah,
there's
but it
two-
has its own
two-
unique like specific DNA like it's its own
the
it's
two
its-
halves coming
yeah.
together.
But do twins have the same DNA?
It's probably close. Yeah, so if let's say in the future I could clone a human and I have two humans that are exactly the same, would you say that like then one of them just isn't a human anymore and we shouldn't classify them as a human?
No.
You'd classify both as a human, correct? Like you'd be
If
like,
you cloned one,
if you clone one, there's now two of them, but they're both like people. They both
I
act.
think you're getting into real dangerous territory, but yeah, sure.
You consider both of them to be human,
I guess.
Yeah.
but then how would you classify then? Like if you have a unique genome, then like
They're both human. They're
Hold
both
on.
they're both you have two in the same though. Like it doesn't
Because you're copying off the
just
original.
because they're the same, they're still a person.
but doesn't that be like one human to you in your little equation?
It's never going to happen, though.
No, it'd be
I mean,
two,
we can argue that's never
but
gonna happen.
Even if you could, it'd be two humans, but it would still like all right, then it'd be two consciousnesses.
Yeah.
You're saying?
So in my structure, it would make sense because there's two people that have human consciousness who have like certain brain thing that we assume to be consciousness. The problem with what I'm saying is like at every single point you can ask me like, is this person alive? Is this person not alive? And my system makes sense. But like the rules I'm seeing from you are like, well, if you add life to it, if you add like energy to it, it's a life. But like,
So if they found so is an ant alive?
I
Like-
believe
like-
that is
like
a
a
life,
live-
but I don't think it's a human life. I think that human
Oh, so
consciousness is
human consciousness
Yes.
is different. Okay, so that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that unaided. My thing is just if it's unaided, it'll become a human. It's going to have consciousness if you don't stop it. Like,
But
there's never a point where it can Y off and not have it.
But then at that point, technically unaided, if let's say the sperm and the egg haven't met yet, technically there's nothing to aid them. They will meet. Therefore, those two things itself would be a life at that point.
No, because you need human action to make that happen.
But what if this is getting super gross? Okay, but let's say the sperm
Ew.
is already going there,
Ew.
and there's an egg. That would then be a life to you by that sort of system you have there. Because technically, just add energy, it's going to do
Unaided.
itself. Like, it's gonna do the work itself.
It's two things come together to create something new. Once that new thing is created, there's like creation here is my technical beginning. Just like the beginning of time, I believe God
But
created the world.
two different things that you're saying, though.
What do you mean?
Your first statement was that if left alone, it'll become a thing. And then you say they need to come together to create this life.
Yeah, the embryo. The embryo, if left undone, will become a human.
Okay, but if you left just the sperm there and the egg, while they're separated, if you left them both there, they will eventually be and eventually become alive. So that at that small time frame, you'd have to consider that to be alive as well.
No, I don't.
Why not?
Because they haven't combined together.
But
They like
so these two statements can't be true.
No. Like if you take this pen and you put the pen, the ballpoint over there, and the housing of the pen over there, and you say, "I have a pen." No, you have two parts of a pen.
Okay, but
And
let's.
once you put
He's
them
basically
together,
saying you can't use Plan B.
sure.
No. Okay, okay. Listen.
If,
So let's say that you believe that you have two pens right here. You have two sides of this pen now. Okay, they're both split apart, and you're like, these two aren't pens because they're not together. And then you
No,
said,
it's not a pen.
okay, but there's two sides to a pen, because eventually once they get together,
Two pieces that need each other to be.
You have a
okay,
pen
two
and you
pieces
have a
that need
pen
each other.
cap.
Okay, let's define it like that. And you said if these unaided are put together without anybody's intervention, they will become like. Then I consider them a pen. And let's say you put them on a table and they slid together and they push it and they connected and they were a pen, a single pen. Both of these statements can be true where it's like, or can't be true because you're saying like it needs to be together to be alive or be whatever. But if you leave it unaided and just like give it energy, then it can be alive. But if you leave these things unaided, they will become one thing.
I'm trying to understand where. So
Do I need to? We can get off MS Paint. I can pull it up real quick. I'll draw a little picture.
No, explain it another way.
Okay.
Explain it another way.
So you have two statements here. Your first statement is until they meet, until they connect and become one thing, the egg and the sperm, it is not a life. Correct?
when they meet, they become alive. Yes.
Okay. When they meet, they become alive. Your other statement,
When the sperm fertilizes the egg.
when it first connects with it, or
No, when it fertilizes the egg. So it attaches, it fertilizes it.
and then it becomes a life, and then from there unaided.
from there,
From
unaided.
there unaided. Is
But
that
then
correct?
unaided doesn't matter. It's only when it connects. The unaided part doesn't matter
What do you mean?
because technically left unaided, like as soon as the sperm enters the vagina, as if it touches it, if it goes there, technically there's no aid there that you
That's
need.
not how it works.
What do you, I'm trying right now.
It enters in, goes up the tube, and meets
Okay.
with the egg. then
Okay,
it
meets
comes
the egg.
down.
Yeah. So it does all those things. Okay.
Meets with the egg, fertilizes the egg. The egg falls down.
Yep. So the idea is like you're saying if left unaided, it will become alive. Do you need to add any aid in there before it swims down the fallopian tubes? Do you need to aid it down the fallopian tubes?
No.
Okay. So wouldn't you say that's both of those things are unaided and will become alive? Or like technically that would be in that little system.
If you
have,
just let it do its thing,
it'll become alive.
it'll become a life. Is what he's saying.
Yeah, so at that point you'd have to consider like before the sperm meets the egg, that would have to be a life in your in the system you created. It sounds like semantics, but it's
I have no clue how you piece those two things together.
what do you mean? That's how like you draw it up. Like that's like
Once the embryo becomes an embryo.
okay, so that's the only thing you care about then.
Yeah. Once it becomes an embryo.
Because originally you said if unaided, it'll become a life.
Yeah, the embryo. That's what I've been talking about this whole time.
Okay, so it's only the
So it has to start once it becomes an embryo, then unaided. it
Yeah.
becomes
But you
alive.
can't say then unaided because then it breaks the whole like. So why are
A sperm by itself is not a life. An egg by itself is not a life. Once sperm
Once they connect,
fertilizes
it's
the,
a life done. Yeah,
once
there's
it-
no
once it
unaided.
fertilizes
you don't
and
need
becomes
the
from-
unaided sentence on.
yeah, you
So-
don't even need that.
okay?
All I'm saying is, let's say you're 21 weeks, right?
Okay.
Let's say at 19 weeks, you say, okay, 19 weeks, okay to kill the baby because it doesn't have consciousness. I'm saying that 19-week baby, unaided, it will gain consciousness in 1 week. And then the other thing is you're splitting hairs there. Like, okay, I want to maybe you're okay with this. Maybe you're okay with, okay, 21 weeks is when we have consciousness. You go in, do a brain scan, and it's like, no, hurry up, do it. It doesn't have consciousness yet. Hurry up, kill it.
I think that there obviously we have to pick a point. It can't be like, well, it's sort of baby here, sort of baby here. I think there's a distinct offer on whether or not it is life, and I think that we need to decide this. Obviously, you say it's when it becomes an embryo.
No, I don't say that.
what's your opinion?
God says that, not me. Like that's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm like, I know it sounds stupid. I know it sounds ridiculous. I know it doesn't make sense. I get all that. I just believe that if I have a view that's other than that, when I get to heaven, I'm going to have to pay an account for the things that I believe and the things that I say. And I think that morally, it's just wrong. And I don't have, I'm not trying to, I understand the debate and I get where you're coming from. And I don't think you're necessarily in bad faith or anything like that. I just have a moral thing that's attached to me that's like, this authority above me is looking down and judging me on the things that I believe and the things that I push. And if I say at any time, okay, this is a point that's okay to kill it, other than when it becomes a new thing, that I can't morally do that. I think it would be wrong to God. And I know the Bible and I know what the Bible says. And that's my conclusion that I come to. And I have my own little sticking points with the Bible and the things that I believe and stuff like that.
Yep.
But that's between me and him, not me and like the rest of the world.
Okay. Because I want to have this debate, but like it's difficult. So do you think that there is an importance in not just believing in like let's say God said this was wrong, okay? Which, I don't know the exact quote. He did, okay. But if that's true, don't you think there's an importance in understanding why that is as well?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so let's say that right before, so we're gonna get into the same arguments, I think.
Oh shit. Keep going.
Trying to figure out how
I
to
think
word
we need
it.
to think about this one and come back to it. Because
I don't know if there is a way to come
I don't
back
know.
to this.
Because I haven't really done a whole lot of research on any of these really topics. I kind of came in here to be a mediator and then put on the spot.
Well, everyone liked you way too much.
So
Unfortunately,
okay, do you believe
pushing
there's
me to talk too much.
do you also believe that there's like a second where like right beforehand you can kill this, you can kill that, and then right after it becomes an embryo and then you're not allowed to kill it? Do you think there's a
I don't know. Maybe, but maybe intention's part of the thing too. Like in the Bible, it says, sorry, I just totally yapped one of your gums, and so I didn't even ask. I'm so sorry about that.
I've
good.
Invisalign it,
But
yeah.
there's a line in the Bible that says, even if you hate somebody, you commit murder in your heart. Even if you look at a woman with lust, you committed adultery in your heart.
Wait, so where exactly in the Bible does it say specifically like you can't kill, or like where are you getting this from? Maybe we can argue that.
I don't think it's.
We'd have to circle back to that.
I don't. There's nothing in the Bible that says you're not allowed to have an abortion.
Okay. I guess if I were to have a closing statement on this, I would say that, in my eyes, I think it's very important to define not only where life starts, but life in general. Like life as a totality. Like, what do we value in the human body? Why do we value someone's life? And like considering them dead, obviously, like I think Mackenzie mentioned earlier that there's like reasons why we consider somebody dead. I think that obviously medically there's certain things where it's like if your heart stops for 5 minutes. I think there's a deeper understanding of that as well. I think that we can say like obviously if someone's heart stops or something like that and there's like a certain thing, but if we have the idea that they can come back to life or have another conscious experience, I think that we're going to do everything we can to bring it back. Even if it's in some make believe world, I don't think that if someone's heart stops for 5 minutes, I don't know if they're just dead or if there's no possibility or whatever. But I think that human consciousness is both a good initial start point and an end point for like what life is, and I think that's very important to have in like your mindset of like how you view the world, kind of. But like I'd like to see where you're like, this is exactly why I consider someone dead, and it lines up exactly with like why I consider someone has life, you know?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I kind of disagree. I don't think that defining what death means defining what life. I think as far as like me being a Christian, it really doesn't line up at all. As far as me being a human who likes logic and science, it makes sense.
I don't know. It's difficult for me to argue this because I'm coming from like a different, because right now you're saying like objectively this is true, but in my mind I think that everything is sort of subjective in this sense. I think that like to kind of explain what I'm coming from, like I believe that God exists, but I don't believe that God gives us any answers at all. Like I think that we're not really on our own necessarily. I think we have the Bible. I think we have reasons or things we can go to. I think that people intentionally want to do good and they want to help us, but I don't think that God gives us the answers for all these problems. I think that we as a society have to define morality. Whether or not it exists or not, I don't think that we can comprehend it. We don't have some sense or something that can create this. And then secondly, I don't think that like I think that we kind of have to kind of create this sort of value of like what we define as life or what we don't define as life, and then we have to come together as a society and like reason on that. And I think that as a society, I think it's very reasonable to say that human consciousness is a pretty good point to where I think that most people would agree like this is what we could define it as. But obviously, like there's tidbits here and there, like you can make arguments against it.
Have you ever asked him if that was true?
Oh God, I don't believe so.
Just try it.
Well, what if I came to you and I was like, God told me that consciousness is where life began? Like, it's difficult because I'm like, I don't know. Like,
I'm not saying ask him if consciousness is true. The statement you just said. I believe that he doesn't give us any answers, that we're supposed to figure this out on ourselves. Like I constantly ask questions like that all the time, every night.
Mhm.
What am I here for? Why didn't I die? Why was this sperm chosen? Not that one. Why was that egg? Like, I have all these questions.
Yeah.
Right? I have questions. And for me, it's like a,
Scott, you probably get out on this. You love that, like, morality stuff.
What do you mean?
Like, I feel like you like morality or, like, in general, these type of talks.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just, for me, it's like I can never look like if you showed me a baby,
Mhm.
right, and you're like, could you kill this thing? I would say no. And if you could pull out a 36-week baby out of the womb and you could show it to me and say, would you kill this? I would be like, no. You keep going back. You keep pulling out every stage of the baby. Like, you pull it out and you hold it in your hand and you show it to me.
Mhm.
And you show me, you pull out an embryo and you give me a microscope if that's what you need.
Yeah.
And you say, that thing right there. Yeah. Scotty always brings the dark humor.
Bad. That was bad.
But you show it to me.
All right.
Oh, my goodness.
That was
And-
out of pocket.
And I know,
Sorry.
if you take that embryo, right?
Yep.
This is what I know. Okay. Or this is what I believe. Sorry, I won't say I know. This is what I believe. You show me that embryo. I believe that God goes, I have a plan for that embryo.
Mhm.
That embryo has a name. That embryo has a hair color. That embryo has goals. It has a life to live, a person to marry, kids to have. And if you, it might not be a life. Maybe it's not a life. I don't know.
Mhm.
If you stop that, if you're responsible from stopping that, you end this storyline. You end this thing that I created, this story that I created. You end that. And if that thing is sitting in my hand or under the microscope and I'm looking at it and I know that to be true or I believe that to be true,
Yep.
I can't do it.
Mhm.
Like, even like the stories of like, people always bring up the typical like, oh, if you met Hitler as a kid, would you kill him? And I couldn't do that. I couldn't look at a kid and go, even if I knew 110% you're going to become Hitler, it'd be so difficult for me to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Because I'm committing murder for somebody who's never done anything wrong.
Yeah, because that's like you believe that like the actual, not the, I guess you believe the action is wrong, not necessarily the consequence of the action, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
For me to, I try to input myself into the situation
Mhm.
because that makes it personal for me, which helps me understand my belief.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because it's for me, from what I found, it's really easy to just go like, oh, the general public should do X, and it's not the individual.
Mhm.
So to make it more personal, I make myself the individual and I put myself in that place, and I can't do it. And it has nothing to do with definitions. It has nothing to do with science or maybe even nothing to do with philosophy. It has everything to do with, I personally believe that that thing right there has a story. That thing was made by God. It is a miracle that it even happened.
Mm.
And I'm taking one of God's miracles and I'm throwing it in the trash can. And to me, that's like spitting in the face of God. Like, hey, me, human, who you created, who you protected, who you brought through this process, who you know, protected through upbringing and gave good parents to, and, you know, had these, you know, my brain and my health, and you, all this is a massive gift. Now I'm going to turn, you created everything of me, all my past generations, everything that led up to me, you created, you put in place, you designed. Now I'm going to turn and look at you and tell you that I'm allowed to stop that thing from becoming what you planned to do with it. And it's like, I just, like, I can't do that. I can't. And I'm not necessarily trying to go, you know, everyone else in the entire world now has to believe like me because I know God and my God's right. And I'm not really trying to do that. I'm trying to just say, like, from a personal level, personal belief, you know, you're asking me why I have these beliefs. And that's technically, that's kind of why.
But so my problem is, if you believe it's a life there, if you believe that's like that is a life, then you should believe that in the case of somebody who aborts a baby, maybe at like 3 or 4 weeks, like early on, then you have like it's almost like your moral like obligation to say that they are murdering a child. If that makes sense, or murdering a baby. Like, do you think like because like if you believe that like if I believe that like life starts whenever the brain like gains consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
I have to call by my moral obligation. If that's what I believe, I have to call everyone who has like an abortion at like 30 weeks. I have to call them murderers. Like that's what I have to do. Even if it's not like legal, I have to say like morally they are murderers. You have to deem them that way. So in a way, if I'm like okay, I believe that like since it's before 16 weeks is good. If I had an abortion at 4 weeks, if I got pregnant and I had an abortion at 4 weeks, you would have to call me in a way a murderer. That's something like it's not like you can be like, well, I don't really know. Like it's like no, it's like you have to draw the line somewhere, you know?
I don't have to call you anything.
Well, if you okay, let's say in society you believe that in general.
He's saying you should view him as a murderer just as much as somebody who goes and shoots a
No, no, no,
guy
no.
working at a gas station.
Okay,
It's the same murder
my
as
so do you
Is that what you're
believe
saying?
do you believe that when you see something bad, for example, like a rape or a murder, or whenever you see like someone stealing something, like these are bad things. I think we can both agree these are bad.
Mm-hmm.
And you may objectively believe these are bad. I subjectively believe they're bad. But I believe it is like a moral obligation to say that when we see these things, we can't just say, "Well, I don't really know. It might be bad, it might not be bad." I think you have, especially since like you objectively believe this, you have a moral obligation to say like that's murder. Like you have to like go out and say like that is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like
I'd say if I watched a murder happen with my own eyes,
yeah,
I think there is weird gray areas with embryos and stuff like that. I'll be the first one to admit that. There's weird gray areas and stuff like
Yep.
that. And that's why
it's easier to take rather than like it's like buying a steak at a store rather than or going killing the cow yourself. Like you're kind of like you don't even see it. You just see it as a piece of meat in a package. You don't see it as for what it actually is. Like it's happening, but you're not like.
yeah. Because like
Yeah.
this is the same argument where
So it
it's
doesn't
like,
hit you as hard.
do you think somebody can believe it's a life and then kill it at 8 months? Like, do you think that those people are murderers, or do you think that like they're just okay because there's so much gray area we just don't know? You know,
at 8 months old,
at 8 months old, if someone went in and they were like, you know what, I believe it is a life at conception, but like technically we don't really know any of this stuff, so I'm gonna be okay. I'm just gonna kill this kid.
yeah, I guess if you're gonna paint me into that corner, push me in the corner, then
I'm
yeah.
not, but I'm not
then
pushing you into a corner. I'm saying like,
You
I
technically,
would see that as a murder as well.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
yeah,
but
you're
like,
technically pushing me into that corner to say, yeah, it's a murder. So
Yeah.
yeah,
but if you draw the wherever you draw the line, you can't be like, well, you know, I believe that it's at this point.
Well, it's so 8 months is so hardcore.
Yeah, it seems so
there
hard.
is a gray area. You're saying.
No. I'm saying that you can't use gray area as an excuse to allow people to do what you believe is morally wrong. So if I believe it's at 16 weeks, let's say 16 weeks is my point, I can't say like, I just don't know. Like I feel like I believe it's at this point, but then I'm okay with people doing it 20 weeks. If I'm okay with people doing it 20 weeks, or like after that point of like the human consciousness like develops, then I don't truly believe that like consciousness is the point where like it becomes a life. Because if I'm okay with something afterwards, then it's like I'm like dropping my like it doesn't fit in my system, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
you have to be
Yeah,
against.
sure.
Yeah.
Then sure, it's all murder.
Okay. I'm not trying to push you to make you say that, but like I'm just trying to show you like I would say that anything after 16 weeks, if it has a human consciousness, it is murder. I would absolutely that if I believe that's where it is, then I believe that's what it is. Okay.
I mean, you're really good. And this is not a knock. You're really good at making me argue your point.
What are you talking about? I'm not
I have
arguing. I'm making
no,
you
no,
argue
no,
your
no,
point.
No, you're not though.
How?
Okay, and I'll tell you why. And maybe it's just because we kind of agreed. But I have nothing in any of my stuff on life except for I believe life begins at conception. That's it. Everything else on my whole note page is statistics on reasons why abortions happen, the number of abortions, how I believe that they should come down, that we focus on these little tidbits of information that I really don't think are a massive deal. I have my own personal issues on them.
Yep.
But not that it's a waste of time to argue them, but I just that's just what I believe. And there might be holes in my argument, but it's just what I believe. And I think that there's other things that could be like more useful.
As in like other things, as in.
Why don't why do you think people think that? I think it's we more talked about this because this is where we kind of disagreed. But I had a lot of my stuff was on like the New York and killing babies up until viability.
Yeah, I would disagree with
that. And I don't understand why that's even a thing and why people are okay with that. And hey, this baby is going to cause me financial issues. At 8 weeks, I want to abort it, or I'm going to have depression and financial issues. Like the baby's viable. Why not just, you could literally like at 8 months, not 8 weeks. At 8 months, the baby's viable. You could take it out, literally take it out of the vagina and go and like put it in an incubation.
At 2 months, I think it's halfway. I think it's like 4 months. Or not, yeah, maybe.
Mackenzie could correct me.
I don't know. I thought it was 20 weeks or so. I thought 20 weeks was like the earliest, but I'm not sure.
I think the earliest baby ever being born was like low 30s or something like that. I can't remember exactly, but
no, I don't.
It's stupid. It's dumb to argue that because science is only getting better pretty soon. You know what I mean? In 200 years from now, they could have an embryo. They could take a sperm and an egg and put it in an incubator.
They do that now.
Yeah, I mean, like, so what's the difference of like, at 32 weeks we can put it in an incubator. We can take it out and put it in an incubator, and it's good. So in a year or two from now, when they get it down to 30 weeks, so we move it down to 30 weeks. Like so it wasn't bad before, but now it's bad.
But like, what if we get down the line and we get to the point where we can literally create humans with a sperm and an egg?
Yeah.
And it's like it's completely unaided, and we have like a factory or something.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So one of the arguments I've always I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
You're good. Take it on.
One of the arguments I've always thought of is there's somebody arguing against pro-life. They say, okay, there's a hospital and the hospital's on fire, and you run inside, and there's a shitload of embryos over here. And you consider them all life, and then there's 30 embryos and 5 people in this room over here. Do you save the living people or do you grab the embryos? And it's like obviously I'm not a retard. Like you go and get the 5 living people. Like that's what I'm saying is there's gray areas that are very difficult to explain and rationalize logically.
In that scenario, you didn't start the fire.
True.
Wait,
right?
I don't think the starting fire matters.
No. But you're not the one.
But I mean, if there's
you
a really
created that scenario,
like this is like I didn't create this scenario. This is like I feel like if like this is like a baby shows up on your front porch and you open the door, you realize it's there, and you're like, "Fuck it, I'm not taking care of that baby."
Not my
know?
responsibility.
Yeah, yeah. Like I think that when you're in that situation where you have the ability to save lives, it's like, and then you're the only person that can do it. I guess in that hypothetical, then you have an obligation to do so. But then it's like then it comes down to the choice of like embryos versus people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't use my caveat, so you guys are fucking welcome, because it was a total cliche.
What's that? What do you mean?
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Can you guess?
What's that?
Try. Come on, try and guess. It makes
What
the most fun.
caveat? Caveat to what?
Caveat, or my get out of jail free card, or my gotcha for this subject.
I got no idea.
You have no idea?
I thought it was gonna be like you believe that God told us that this is where life starts.
No. It gets, you guys are gonna laugh, but it's so cliche, but it's true. But wait until you have a kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what always kind of blows my mind, that people that like that one Eliza Schlesinger, whatever her name was on Rogan's podcast. She was like talking about she just had a kid, how she loved the kid. She was like, when she was pregnant and stuff, and then she's talking about like she really wants abortions and all this stuff. I'm like, how can you go from that subject to like really pushing abortion like right after that? It just blew my mind.
It's more difficult though, because it's like we're not thinking of an embryo. We're not thinking of the same. Like we're thinking of like whenever you attach like a name and like a face and a person to this. Like if it's like, let's say I was gonna get an abortion, but now I have a 17-year-old kid and I love the kid.
Yeah,
like it's my like if you had an abortion and then you had a kid like a year or two later, you would still like that same opinion would be there. Like even though it's a different person, it's like I think that when we look at that, we're looking more at the idea of like the person that's already existing. That's what we love, and like we recognize that then. But if we were to have an abortion and wait, there's no telling that like we'd be happier with the first person than the second person. You know what I'm saying? It sounds
I
odd.
think that was different than what I was saying.
No, I don't know. I think that's just it's hard to explain. But I think that there is,
And my thing is, you love that 17-year-old kid or that 2-year-old kid or whatever it is, because you can put a name to it and all that type of stuff.
Yep.
And here's the fact that you can't change. That embryo became that kid. At one point in time, that kid was that embryo. And you get to see, the process and what it becomes, and hey, it became a life now and it grew up and both. But that thing was once that. Okay. Now, whether you want to call that a life or not, it's totally up to you and your beliefs and stuff like that. And that's where it gets difficult. Like, just it's not even like a moral thing. It's not even logic. It's a mental thing. It's just weird. When you go through the process, like I remember every single night, like Mackenzie got pregnant. She's like, this is what it looks like right here. And she's holding up, showing it to me on the phone. I've never even looked at this stuff.
Yeah.
And she's like, this is what Piper looks like right now. And she's showing it to me. A couple days later, she's like, hey, she has a head. And I'm looking. Obviously, it wasn't actually Piper.
Yeah.
But it was like a representation. It was like, it was this thing that tracked from like the day of your conception.
Yeah.
What it looked like.
Yep.
It's like, hey, there's her leg forming right there and she'd show it to me every single night. And I remember looking at that like it was nothing. And I'm like, I remember the clump of cells part, right? And we didn't have Piper's name figured out yet. I remember looking at that and going, that right there is in you, and that right there will become our kid. And we didn't know the gender at this point in time or anything like that.
You didn't ask it.
And we assigned that shit.
My mom was buying glasses for Matthew for Christmas, those aviators or whatever they were. Yeah. And she's like, oh, they're unisex. I'm like, oh, that'll be good in case he ever changes his mind. She didn't get it, but I was laughing to myself about it. Anyway, sort of.
But like, it's again, it's like for me, it's all about like the individual thing. Like it gets so difficult. Like when you experience, and I'm way overstepping the women and like their process of what they go through and what they feel and stuff like that. But like just from me being a man and like what I saw and kind of what I went through and witnessed, and then like you see everyone's like, oh, it's a miracle, and oh, dude, it literally is. like amazing.
Yeah.
I can't even. It's so difficult to explain. And the thing is, people told me that, and the moment that it happened, I didn't feel that. It was the weirdest. Like everyone's like, it's the most amazing thing ever. It's the happiest you ever. All this stuff. I just remember Piper came out, and I'm like, that looks dead, and it looks like an alien. And they wiped her all off, and I got to cut the cord and all that cool shit. But it didn't hit me until like a week or two later.
Bill Burr said the same thing about his kid. He's like, he saw his kid at first, and it wasn't that like crazy connection. I'm pretty sure it was him, and he was like, "Man, am I a psychopath?" Or like he was like guessing like oh shit, and then it hit him. I think he said it hit him later. I think it was him.
It just like stuff like that is very hard to explain. And it's one of those things like, I'm not telling you, Matthew, like, hey, someday you're gonna have a kid and your mind's gonna change. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it gives very good perspective to feelings and like for me, as things that I feel that I can't explain. Type things. Kind of like you're saying that's this and that doesn't kind of logically doesn't make sense. It's like, I don't know. I feel like that's right. And I know that has no credit in a debate form or anything
No,
like
I think
that.
it does. I think this is why like a lot of people do believe that like these decisions, like women understand them so much better because there's so much more emotion there. There's so much more like feeling. There's a lot more there, and that's why they always say like this is it's more of like a woman's topic, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And like I can understand that. I think there's obviously a logical topic like guys can talk about do. It's not like completely off the table, but I think that there's so much larger of a side of the argument in terms of like the emotional side of it, like having a kid, going through all that stuff, like when is it okay to have abortion, when is it not? It's like the emotional argument definitely is there. I don't think it just doesn't exist.
Yeah, maybe it obviously doesn't exist, but yeah.
I think we've come too far as a society, and we wouldn't be having this problem if we were back in tribes. You know what I mean? Like we advanced so much that we create our own moral problems. Like new moral problems.
Well, I don't think morality exists.
But we're we've come so far. We have it so easy that we're debating over transgender bathrooms and whether like to do these things, and it's like there's other countries right now that aren't even like they're just worried about waking up and not getting blown up in the morning.
Wait, what about different... Sorry.
But anyway, yeah, that's I don't know.
I think you're kind of onto something there with the whole like creating our own problems and technology and stuff like that.
Yeah, we always want to have a problem. So if you don't have any problems, you're like, well, what do we look to next?
Wow.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't think that we should then say like our problems aren't really problems.
Yeah, there's still problems. Yeah, your hardest day in life is your hardest day in life.
Yeah.
Rogan was talking about that. Like if you get a scratch on your car that your parents bought you, and that's like you're all upset about it. That's your worst day. It's your worst day. You know?
What about aliens?
Obviously there's no sign of life for aliens. I haven't seen anything on it. It's one of those things where it's like I don't jump to the conclusion unless I see like I'm not a very like conclusion and then build way back. I'm like I need to see evidence. I need to see something that this is premise on premise. There needs to be like something there to create that conclusion.
So they don't exist.
I don't believe they exist.
Schrodinger's cat.
Yeah, I don't.
Really?
I don't believe aliens exist. No. Well, I don't believe in a lot of like I don't believe you have a lot of like theories. I was honestly one of the theories I wanted to ask you about was 9/11. Like, what do you think happened on 9/11? Do you think that it was like by the government? Do you think it was like as they say it was? What do you think happened?
All I know is like the building 7 things kind of whack or whatever the hell that is. The third building that went down. I get it. I understand it. Then my only other question is the melted steel or the molten steel
Pouring out the side of the building, or something, or what are you talking about?
I think it was afterwards, like when they had collapsed, they're pulling out molten steel.
I would need to look into that. I don't know anything about molten
That
steel.
That could
doesn't
be
make
totally wrong. That could be like a fake picture that I happen
classic
to...
thing.
Well, there's a lot of
Steel
things.
doesn't melt steel beams like everybody else
Yeah.
talks
But the
about
thing
that.
is, there's a lot of things that did melt, and there's a lot of things. People thought there was thermite coming out the side of the building, but it was literally like the chairs and everything inside because it was so hot. All that shit melted, like plastic melted and stuff like that. And it's very possible that someone could have seen that and been like, "That's molten steel," you know?
I think this is when they're like excavating it.
Like cleaning up the rubble, there was like
No, yeah, but you
pulling
could-
out like massively huge. It was like an I-beam, and that I beam went from like being an I beam to like molten
I
steel.
wonder if all that pressure, if that could have something to do with it.
No,
You know what I mean?
it's impossible with
Okay.
everything that's shown. That steel didn't melt, but it's very possible that it's like its ability to bend was severely waned by the fact that it was super super hot in there. You know, like once it's that hot,
Super hot, like what?
like I think it was like what is like 1400 degrees. I don't know what the melting temperature is, but it doesn't matter about the melting temperature. The idea is like
2100 for steel, and I think jet fuel burns at 750 degrees Fahrenheit.
okay, but do you think it matters that like it doesn't matter whether or not it melts, correct? It matters.
If the structural integrity is.
Yeah, the structural integrity due to the temperature can easily like.
Mhm.
Also, we don't know how many beams were hit by the plane and completely like taken out. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, we could probably guess, but like, yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things,
The-
and again, it's not like, oh hey, molten steel, government inside job. It's just like that doesn't make sense.
It
This is-
seems crazy that many people, like, you'd have to have how many people do you think would have to be in on the thing and not be a whistleblower? Like
Yeah,
people
true.
people talk, you know.
Yeah,
Like
I
to keep
agree.
it quiet, it's almost
There's an argument
ridiculous.
against that, but I can't remember what it was
Yeah.
because I'm with you. I'm with
like that always.
like you know you only can keep
Same
a
thing with the
secret if-
moon landing. Like you really like all those people kept their mouths shut. Everyone involved with it.
Mhm.
Like I don't know.
Yeah, no, like
And then we did go to the moon. Like people are like, how come we never went back? They went back like 6 times or something. Like other people walked on the moon.
yeah.
Like Buzz and whatever, Buzz Lightyear and the other dude.
Yeah.
Woody.
Yeah, that's the thing about like saying like all these
People,
crazy things happened. It's like we know that in the government, like with the FBI trials, I think it was on like the president or like how, you know, in like the 2016 election, they did all those like investigations and stuff like that.
Mhm.
The FBI, I think, did those, and the idea is like there were so many things that were leaked by the FBI in just that thing alone, like text
Mhm.
messages, things like that. They couldn't keep anything like secret. And it's
Yeah.
like I'd be amazed if they could keep, you know, the 9/11 secret or like
Mhm.
keep like. There's just no way that I could imagine them keeping that.
What
big
about
of a-
JFK?
I think the JFK happened exactly the way they said it did.
Yeah, possibly. But do you think they could have kept it a secret?
I think they. I don't think they could. I'm not. If the CIA was involved and the CIA set it all up, I don't think they could.
No. What if it was a CIA member?
That
If
what?
it was just a couple CIA guys,
Well, no, like one or two.
that
Well, what do you mean by one? So were they told, or was it like the head told this guy, and then that guy did that, and then that guy blamed?
No. They're just Oswald wasn't the only shooter.
I don't see. The thing is, I don't know a reason why you would need a second shooter.
Matthew. It's more fun that way.
I don't.
Gosh, can you not get that through your head? It's more fun.
I know
that
it's
way.
fun, but like the idea is like I don't like the idea that like I can't draw conclusions. Like I can't make a conclusion and then work my way back from it. I can't do that. I have to look at the premise. I have to look at everything there, and I have to build my way up. And from everything that I've seen, it makes sense to me that like JFK was killed by Oswald.
Well, of course,
Oswald's
this
a crazy
makes
guy.
sense. They're the smartest people in the world. They're not going to do something that doesn't make sense.
Okay, I don't think the FBI and all these people are like the smartest people in the world. And they can like concoct all these crazy things. I don't know. I just don't. That's not what I. how I see the world.
Okay, so my biggest thing with you is not any of these arguments. It's the steroid argument we had like 6 months ago.
Oh my goodness, I remember that argument. You got like, I looked more into that. I think I did see some
I must not
weird.
have been here. What was it?
So
what was the
basically,
gist of it?
his argument was that there are a large amount of like NFL players, a lot of like players in sports that use drugs. Okay,
Yes.
and my understanding.
I
don't know
said
about
pro
NFL,
sports, but I
know pro
narrowed it down for discussion purposes for the NFL.
Okay, but my understanding is that like in the MLB, there are times where they obviously use drugs. Like players were juiced, that the league was crazy, people were getting injured, but the league was like wild. Okay, and then there was a point where they cracked down on it. It was very obvious, and these people stopped playing like crazy, stopped having. So, the thing is, like, you can say it happens in the NFL, but we can distinctly see the difference between like the MLB where they sort of allowed it or sort of didn't like criminalize people for it versus when they did, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a distinct difference there. But the problem is like in the NFL, it's like I just don't see the things there to show that like why these people would I don't know why these people are using or how these people are using drugs or where like the evidence is to show that, you know? Like we can say like, well, Tom Brady goes to these like clinics and he leaves the country for a while and comes back. That's really weird. We can see all this stuff is weird, but I feel like people would get found out pretty like I don't know. I
Have you
feel like
seen that show with Paul Rudd.
I don't think so.
where he goes in to change his he goes to that one it looks like a dry cleaner's place to go change his DNA, and it makes him like way better, and it basically like clones him, like it makes a perfect clone of you, you know. But he goes to this building, and he's like, I don't know, this seems like kind of sketchy. I think it's like 50 grand, and they'll literally make you like just like better. So what they do is they take your DNA and then like recreate you, and then they kill the old body, but you have a new you. So they basically duplicate you. And he's like debating whether to go in. All of a sudden, Tom Brady walks out, and he's like, "What?" He's like, "How many times have you done that?" And then he's like, he went like whatever his rank, like 6, you know, like he's redone it, like he's been there 6 times.
Oh,
But
that's funny.
anyway, I'll have to look. It's some Netflix show. It's a pretty good show.
But my thing is, not that, because a lot of people, they hear about something happening, some person doing wrong things, or people's doing wrong things, cheating or whatever, and then they come to the conclusion that everybody is doing it. And my thing is like, okay, I don't necessarily believe that everybody in the NFL is on steroids.
What percent then do you think?
Somewhere in between 20 and 85%.
Okay, holy shit, that's a big margin. So, if let's say we're 20%, I think that we would obviously see a difference in stats between the people who are at 20% versus the people like there's 20% of players versus players that don't use it. You know, and it would be.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be stats. Like you're trying to find a measurable way, but it's already been proven that human growth hormone, there's no way of testing for it and measuring it because the way the body works, the levels change so much, go back and forth. So it's very difficult to measure for human growth hormone, which doesn't necessarily just make you the best player in the world. It just might make you so you don't get injured all the time, or you recover from your injury better or faster.
Okay.
And then there's testosterone. Normal testosterone for a man is 275 something per deciliter, and then 1,000 or 700. And you are allowed to go on testosterone replacement therapy in the NFL. So they allow it. Because with brain injuries, what happens with brain injuries is you have your testosterone drops.
Yeah.
So they're allowed to take TRT, testosterone replacement therapy, because of that. Well, they're not allowed to go over 5 times the normal rate of the average human. So they're not allowed to go over. So max for an average person is 1,000. They're not allowed to go over 5,000.
Yeah, there's cutoff limits. I think that's with every single, like every time they test any drug in any system, they have like cutoff limits.
Yeah, and so there's off-season stuff and potential stuff like that, and I don't think they're taking Dianabol and getting as jacked as possible. I think they're on certain hormones.
Like anabolic steroids?
Yeah, I think they're on certain hormone treatments, testosterone, human growth hormone, stuff like that.
Do you think that changes the NFL or in a way makes it so that you believe it's almost faulty, or do you think that's just like those are just drugs that that maybe the league is over like pushing? Like maybe these things are actually good things.
Do
you think that makes the league disingenuous is what I'm saying?
Makes it, if there's somebody who's not on testosterone or not on human growth hormone and there's someone there is, it's an unfair advantage, yes. Then you get into the gray area of, hey, this dude used to have a testosterone of 1,800 normally, and then he got 2 concussions and now it's sitting at 200 and he can't recover. So we need to give him TRT so he can get back to his normal state. Well, they inject a certain amount or whatever, and it pumps up his testosterone to twice his old average. And it's like, is he the old him or is he better? Or you're kind of, it's like playing around with all these weird things. Like nobody is just them anymore.
Yeah.
And then you can throw the same thing in with supplements and all that type of stuff. Now maybe it's just the new supplement. I don't know.
Yeah, I obviously we can't prove this. There's no like data to show like yeah, there's some sketchy things sometimes they do, but like there's no way to say like this is exactly what's happening or this isn't what's happening, you know? But at the same time, it's like I wouldn't be entirely opposed to that as long as it's not like you're giving them something that later in life will really fuck them up, or like you're doing something in a way that's like I'd imagine if this were a thing, I think that every single NFL player, at least like all the really good ones that get like injuries and stuff like that, would probably know about this, or probably have something like some sort of like access to this. That
So you shouldn't give them something that would fuck them up later in life.
what do you mean? No, I mean I don't think that. Obviously, they should know that like the whole
You
like
shouldn't give children anything like that either, right?
well fuck them up isn't like they won't accept. Okay,
I know, I'm joking.
we're going deep. We were gonna talk about this on stream, dog. I remember specifically talking about this. Okay. But yeah, no, I could see that maybe, but like until I see something that says like these NFL players do this.
Okay.
you know?
Do you think that Lance Armstrong deserved to get all his things taken away?
Yeah, probably.
Why?
Because
Because he had cancer and his testosterone was super, super low.
Well,
and he needed the testosterone to bring him back to his normal levels.
my understanding was that I don't know what happened. I have no idea. I don't even know who Lance Armstrong really is. All I know is that he bikes or something like that.
And had cancer.
Yeah. My understanding was that he blatantly cheated. He blatantly like overused certain things, and like
I'm
he.
pretty sure he had testicular cancer, so he didn't even make testosterone or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. So
but considering the whole scenario where like if they went back and got rid of everybody, like the guy that came in what 19th place
Yeah.
would be first. If they got rid of everybody that was doping that year, the guy in 19th place would take first place.
okay, well then I think that guy should be in first place. No, but I mean like
number 19.
my understanding is that
number 19 or Lance.
no, I mean like number 19.
Oh,
God, that guy's a fucking champ. No, no, I think that from my understanding is that he gained an unfair advantage over the competition through using these drugs or through using these things. If that's not the case,
gained an unfair. He made himself equal with the top 18 guys.
okay, if that's the case, then yeah, but I just don't know about the whole scenario.
You need to watch Icarus. You would like that movie.
I don't know what that
There's a documentary. It's a documentary about the entire Russian Olympic team doping.
Okay.
Every single one except for the figure skaters.
Okay. I mean, like, I don't deny that doping happened in the past. I don't deny that it's like it's been a thing. Like, obviously, I said in the MLB, like that was obviously a thing. But like, I need to see data like kind of now about like where we see these things happening, you know, and like I just don't see that data. And I don't want to say like, oh, these players are obviously using HRT or whatever it is and gaining an unfair advantage when they're not, because that's kind of disingenuous to them. You know, you're kind of assuming them guilty before they're innocent.
You know, I mean, I don't. As technology gets better and hormone therapy and steroids in the 90s and shit like that, like you could tell like that person is on steroids. They're fucking massive.
Yeah.
And now the technology is better. Like you can take steroid, like you right now, you could be on steroids and you could be on like endurance steroids.
Yep.
And your body probably wouldn't get any bigger, but you could just run like 2 fucking marathons in a row.
Yeah.
And it's like, is he on steroids? It's like, I don't know. It doesn't look like he's on steroids because culturally we look at steroids like, oh, hey, that bodybuilder on that magazine cover, he's on those.
Yeah.
So, yeah, technically testosterone is a steroid. It's considered a steroid, but it's just a certain amount is too much.
Yep.
And I'm saying, like, why don't you just make that natural amounts?
So is there anything else you got in mind? Any other big debates? Maybe I was gonna go back into maybe Ukraine a bit, but I mean that's like
Oh, there's one thing I did want to talk about.
what's that?
Joe Biden is a warmonger, and he's
You mean a
pushing for
warmonger?
war. And NATO is pushing for war, too.
I
Because Ukraine had peace talks on the board with Russia a couple months into this whole thing, and Biden told the UK prime minister at the time,
Yep.
I think it was Boris Johnson, but I'm not sure, to tell Ukraine not to take the peace deal that they had already, or their peace talks that they had already made with Russia, and to totally go against it. So the UK prime minister went to Ukraine and said, no, that's all off the wall. don't do that. We'll help you and push it more towards war. And then also we're sending all this money, all these resources over there, pushing for this war to continue going on.
Okay.
And
So-
everyone's cheering for it. And oh yeah, keep going, keep having war.
No. But okay. So how about this? How about why did he say no to that? Did he say no because it was a peace talk and they were going to get everything back and Russia was going to be super nice and be like, all right, we're going to act like this never happened? Or is it like Russia was going to take some of their territory, they were going to surrender a bunch of territory when they probably shouldn't have, and if they kept the war going, which maybe they want to as well, they would get that territory, you know? Like maybe it was more of a statement like, Russia, you can't come in and take all of Ukraine's shit.
Do you really think that all these politicians are that altruistic?
No, I mean, like, maybe, okay, so let's say that he goes over and he's like, all right, stop this war, give Russia a bunch of shit, and let's just get out of here, you know? Maybe that's also not what the people want as well.
Is it worth more people dying?
Well, the issue is, like, if we allow Russia to do this now, we can also think of in the future, like, is this also something else that, like, that they might keep on doing this and maybe more wars, but the idea is, like, Biden isn't making the decision of like this is the altruistic. He's saying, what do like the people want? He's more thinking like, what does society want? What do my voters want? What would they like to see? You know. And I think that most people would
Have
like
you
to
seen the videos coming out of Russia?
like, oh yeah, all the different like crazy shit. Like Russia's also has like fake propaganda and stuff like that. And then
No,
it's
no,
like,
not their fake propaganda. Like they're fucking draftees, like starting fires and protesting.
yeah, Russia's like military is like it seems like garbage right now.
Yeah, so him trying to get votes from this thing, I don't think is. Where did you hear that from?
We want to hear what from?
Anything about Putin trying to get votes?
So if you look at Biden or Putin's overall amount of like how he's received by the public, you'll notice that there's a massive trend where
The Russian public,
like the
or
Russian,
the world.
no, Russia specifically, whenever he pushes for war, there's a massive increase in like people like him. All right, and I think that's something that he probably values. Like I think that's easily something that can logically follow. Is like he may value the idea of like people liking him, or people wanting to like respect him because maybe they gives him more power, maybe they gives him more this or that. Like I could easily see that being like a main motive for him.
Do you think he's evil?
I think he's because I don't want to prescribe evil to anybody necessarily, because it's a very loaded term. But I think that he's done a lot of really bad things in terms of like invading Ukraine. I don't think he had any true reason to invade Ukraine. I don't think there's any justification you can possibly make where he's like, yeah, I'm going to invade Ukraine.
From what I've seen, I think he just wants like his country. You know, he cares about his country. Like it really does seem like that.
Yeah.
And then he sees Ukraine as his country, or it was his. You know, back in the Soviet Union, because he used to be part of the Soviet Union, wasn't he? A KGB agent, and Ukraine was part of his. He sees it as it should be his nation. You know, that's from his perspective, from what I see.
Like we can draw up all these
That's
lines
how
to say
he
like
sees
he's
it.
scared of NATO expansion, he's scared of all these things, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think that he actually cares about NATO expanding. Like I think that like he's not afraid of it necessarily. I don't think he really thought that Ukraine would join NATO. I think now they're going to probably join NATO because of like all the shit that's going on there. But I think beforehand, I don't think they really had a big chance of joining NATO.
Yeah, and that's just making things worse, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, I already had it pulled up.
What's that? What are you looking up?
What Putin said on NATO expansion.
Oh, he said
Putin demands the West immediately guarantee no more NATO expansion. So, like, you can say, like, he's saying these things, but he doesn't really mean it.
All right. So do you think that he knows that, like the Donbass region, which is what they're trying to take? Do you think he knows that that's probably not necessarily like the reason why he's saying like there's ethnic Russians here? We care about them. Do you think he actually cares about those people? Because like the idea is like beforehand, he was pumping those people, he was forcing those people to relocate to Ukraine so he could up those numbers of the Russian population there, so he can say like this is our territory. Do you think he actually then cares about those people? Because like his actions clearly don't like he's the one that put those people there and forced them to go there. If he actually cared about those people, why wouldn't you say like, hey, stay in Russia? I think he forced those people to move there. Like I don't.
I don't think he cares about those people at all.
Okay, So then, why would you like if he's making these excuses for like why he's pushing this? It's like I don't understand like if he's known to like lie about these issues. I think it would easily be possible for him to go and say like NATO expansion is obviously also a lie, like or him to say like NATO expansion is like an issue and all this stuff, but like I don't think he's telling the truth.
I think he's telling the truth. He's not just telling the whole. He's just not telling the whole truth. I mean, NATO expansion is an issue. He said one time, I don't want to. I'm about to be bordered by everybody on all my borders are going to be all NATO because Finland and Sweden are. Did Finland just?
But why
get
is he
into
afraid
NATO?
of them becoming their border country?
Because then there's no buffer zone.
Why does he care about a buffer zone?
Because he doesn't want nukes and stuff to be on his border.
He doesn't care about that though.
How do you know?
Because there's already countries close enough for us to like throw nukes on him or whatever. Like he's not afraid of U.S. nuking him. That is like
you're not. You're right. He's afraid of the U.S. and NATO putting anti-nuclear defenses on his border. So if he shoots a nuke, it ends right there. That was his big ordeal. Not them putting their nukes on his border, but them putting anti.
I still don't see, like even if they're that close, I don't know how nukes work. But I think there's more than just like shooting them by land that he can go with.
Okay, fine. Would you rather have our enemy be Germany over in Europe or Mexico?
But this is the issue is if you're saying enemy, you're implying that they're going to attack us at any moment.
If you had an enemy, would you rather them be Brazil or Mexico?
Okay, if I had an enemy, I would rather them be Brazil.
Yeah, because there's a buffer zone there.
Yes, but the problem is that when you're assuming like, all right, if they're our enemy, imagine if they're an enemy that would never attack us and it's like said specifically they're only a retaliation. You know they only retaliate. You know for a fact that they're only going to retaliate. Don't what you do. Is at that point would you care whether or not like it's Mexico or Brazil? I don't think you like
If I know sorry, my leg is.
Yeah.
If I know they're not going to retaliate,
there's like they're only going to retaliate. They're never going to attack you. Putin knows that NATO would never ever start a war. Like that's never going to happen. They're only ever going to retaliate.
okay, dude, you can't say that though.
I absolutely can.
They're starting one right now.
But starting a war against Russia, like a land war,
Yes.
and so you think that the U.S. or NATO is going to throw nukes first?
No. But they are starting a war right now. Okay.
How?
Okay. I use this example. You are throwing rocks at me right now, right?
Okay.
Scotty is handing you rocks to throw at me.
Okay, but why were those rocks thrown in the first place?
It doesn't matter.
I think it does matter. I think it's super important.
Okay, fine. I push you, and you're like,
No.
fine. I punch you in the face, knock you out, you fall down, and then Scotty goes, hey, we should get that guy. Me and you are now enemies, right?
Mhm.
And he's now supplying you rocks to throw at me. Am I gonna look at him and go, "Sup, you're not in this. You know, you are totally out of this. I'm not even mad at you. Keep doing what you're doing. My problem is only with him, and I'm Russia, and I'm known for doing the right thing, and I'm only gonna be angry at you, even though if they weren't supplying you, I would have most likely taken over Ukraine already.
Okay, there's a huge.
Maybe not. I don't want to go that far.
Do you think that? Because I don't think that like Ukraine will push into Russia. Now, obviously, we don't really know that.
They've already hit stuff in other countries.
No, they might have hit stuff, but they won't go and take land from Russia. They're going
No,
to take back their land. They're going to. That's where they want. Like that's where they want the land.
Oh
stuff.
yeah, for sure.
Okay. There's no way that Putin believes that NATO is going to like fund a country to go and attack him or do something. Like the only reason why he wants to attack Ukraine is because he wants their land, he wants their shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And like he doesn't care about the people there, he doesn't care about any of these things. He just wants Ukraine.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
I don't think necessarily that NATO is wrong with what they're doing. I don't think I'm like, fuck yeah, send them the damn rockets.
Mhm.
That shit's badass. Let's test it out.
Scotty doesn't believe that. Scotty believes that we should stop the war in Ukraine.
But I think
I don't think we should have gotten involved at all. We got our own shit going on. Mind our own business. Florida's fucking just got hit by a hurricane. We're spending $40 billion over on Ukraine.
I think that because we're NATO, because
I think
unless
we give away too much money.
do you think that we should get rid of NATO then? Because like in order for us to stay at the top of NATO as like the world's like superpower, which I think we should be, I think that we have to get involved in this.
okay. if we're gonna be the world superpower and we're gonna fucking fund NATO,
If Ukraine's not part of NATO, then why are we giving them money?
there you go.
We're NATO.
Because-
They're not part of us.
We can't allow a country like Russia to keep on going and taking shit more and more and more. Because if we have NATO,
Because then Russia will be on NATO's border.
no, I
There
think
won't be a buffer zone of Ukraine.
okay. In that case, I think that obviously like NATO should be afraid of like Russia being on our border, maybe. But like, the idea is like, if we allow Russia to take that shit, then like, what's them to say like, all right, well now that you have a country that's under NATO, why can't it just take like, why can't it attack that country? Because if we didn't come to
Do
Ukraine,
we have another Germany on our hands? Is that what you're saying?
not necessarily.
Oh, just let them have Poland. Oh,
It just makes NATO look weak, and then at that point, NATO is useless. If they attack Ukraine, take Ukraine, and we're like, we don't give a shit. They're not a part of NATO. It's like NATO looks super weak, and then what's to say Ukraine or not Ukraine, but Russia at that point doesn't attack then a NATO country.
What happened?
Then they
Okay,
get fucked.
let me ask.
But no,
We'd
what?
bend them over and we stick it right in. It'd be done.
Okay,
That's why Russia's like. It's
I don't-
stupid.
I don't know a whole
That's
lot.
why if Ukraine was part of NATO, Russia wouldn't even attack it in the first place. It wouldn't have.
Okay, what about this?
And it's stupid. I think it's dumb how Ukraine's like now they're like, oh, we'll sign up for NATO now that we're in trouble. We didn't want anything to do with
We
you
don't
before.
sign up. Well, they'll sign up like after the war. They don't sign
Yeah,
up.
they're
anymore.
trying to. Yeah, they can't during war.
They're trying to get it passed.
But they're trying to get it passed. They're trying,
Yeah.
It's dumb.
Do you think that the idea of NATO, like, do you think NATO is important? Do you know what the role of NATO really is? Like the idea of it, or like where it comes down to?
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing that they had after World War One. That shit didn't fucking work either.
No, but like, do you know, like, the reason behind NATO isn't like the U.S. just wants to be a really good guy. The idea is like, we don't want Ukraine, we don't want all these countries to create nuclear arms and then like go and all have the capability of it. Because any moment that shit could go off. If one country just dislikes another one, they can just toss nukes at each other. You know. So the idea is we say, how about you join NATO? We'll hold the nukes. We'll be the ones. We're the main guardians of these things, so that there's no harm in like, let's say like one country just really hates another one, and they're going to start another world war. They don't just toss shit at them, you know.
You have a lot of faith in the system. I
I don't
What
know,
are you
I feel like
talking
it's
about? This is
dangerous.
like a natural, like this is how the NATO works. I don't understand like why you're disagreeing with this.
really come on. Like,
So do you believe that any
like, hey guys. We're gonna hold your nukes. We're gonna.
that's what NATO is.
You guys.
I could Google it right now and say like NATO.
I know what it is.
Yeah.
I get it. But everyone knows that the West, they do shit to make it fucking look good so they can do what they want behind closed doors.
So do you think that this doesn't have an? So do you think that NATO shouldn't exist? Do you think there's no reason in NATO? Or do you think that it's important?
I think it was important at the time, and now it's becoming less important.
So we should get rid of it.
We get no fucking benefit from it.
I don't think. I think we do get benefit from it.
What? That the world doesn't blow up?
That that every single country doesn't create nukes, or that like Russia doesn't come in and just take random shit that like from countries that don't have nukes. Because then at that point, if they start attacking countries that don't have nukes, those countries that aren't a part of NATO then get nukes, and at that point, anybody can retaliate with nukes.
Okay, so then we just fucking attack them then.
So we just throw nukes at each other. This
Huh?
is like that's a ridiculous. No, we can't just throw nukes at each other then.
No, not nukes. We just, kill all their scientists before they create them.
You're just saying shit now.
No, dude, like NATO is fine. We don't benefit from it. We waste all this money.
But that's like you're not seeing the benefit.
I'm seeing the benefit, though. There hasn't been a nuclear war.
Yeah.
But I think the whole, nukes aren't what they used to be. Like,
I don't know what they used to be.
yeah, they have freaking 50 kiloton bombs that blow up entire cities and shit like that. But everyone knows what would happen if Russia fired a nuke? Like that shit.
We'd all fight. Everything would haywire.
No,
We'd all just.
that shit is fucking old tech. That's 1970s shit.
How do you know that? Like, how do you know like they don't have really nukes that'll work? So how about we just start attacking them? Like,
No.
like
no.
you're just assuming that like oh we don't actually need this shit because like we know that like we don't know that like Russia has or doesn't have nukes that work. Like this is like
No, their nukes probably work. They probably have some of the big boys. But why would they use them?
if they get scared. If Putin believes that his power is in danger, he absolutely would authorize nukes.
You really think you would?
Yeah, absolutely. No, there's no doubt in my mind.
Where's he gonna fire it?
If we're gonna fire it, probably at Ukraine, maybe at the U.S., just anywhere that might attack him. If he believes that Russia is at like an imminent threat, and there's like no, like if we decided to just all out land war with them, and we just completely start attacking them, and he's getting to the point where he doesn't have any other options, he's absolutely gonna fire nukes, or he's gonna threaten like, hey,
I'm about to dip out in like 5 minutes.
yeah, I absolutely believe that he would fire nukes.
So when the entire NATO world is jumping in and pushing him towards the brink of using nukes, then whose responsibility is it?
What do you mean? Whose responsibility is what?
We're backing him into a corner right now.
I don't think we are. We absolutely. He
so-
doesn't believe that we're gonna just push into Russia and attack Russia. We would no. I don't believe we would allow
So
that.
here's the thing. Either we let Putin take Ukraine, and then things carry on and happen, and probably worse things happen. He tries to take somewhere else or whatever.
I don't think that we can allow that though.
I think we're stuck in a spot, right?
Mhm.
And I would say to you, no matter what happens, Russia wins against fucking China, and they win against Russia and all that. I mean, America beats all of them. Would you agree or no?
Yeah, I think that if there was no nukes involved, America would win.
Okay. So, when are you not backing him in a corner?
When we aren't showing that we're gonna just attack Russia itself, if that makes sense. Like we're not pushing into Russia. That's not happening. Right now we're saying like the whole point of us being in Ukraine is to ensure that Ukraine has its own independence and its own sort of government, and that's not gonna be taken over and like basically like mistreated by other people.
And then what happens when all of Europe becomes part of NATO and Russia is literally encircled? Because that was part of Hitler's issue.
Do you think that? But like he's not gonna feel like oh, at any point
Wait,
NATO can just attack me and take me over.
It's a caged animal.
The problem.
You wait. You keep saying like, oh, he knows that NATO's not going to attack him. How do you listen? Like, you can go and listen to all of Putin's speeches, and I've heard a few of them, and he doesn't believe anything from the fucking West at all.
Yeah, but it's not like he's like an idiot. He's not like, oh, the West is trying to take over my country. They're gonna kill me if they get into here. Like the idea is like he knows that NATO isn't an aggressive country. They only retaliate to certain threats or retaliate to certain things. Like when he pushes into other countries, we're obviously gonna have some. We want to have some geopolitical control, so we're gonna go back and we're gonna aid those countries.
It's proxy war bullshit.
Okay, but that, saying that there's like saying like proxy wars lead into like us taking over Russia isn't gonna happen.
Yeah, and his thing is, I don't want America on my doorstep. Like, he said it a million times. Like, go, like I implore you to go and listen to some of
No,
the
I'm
things
not saying he
says.
didn't say that. I'm saying that it doesn't make sense that he's super worried about like NATO being on his doorstep because there's no logical reason for him to be scared of it.
I honestly don't see a way of this, like, without Russia being backed into a corner.
What do you mean? Like you believe that Russia is basically believing that they're scared?
Like right now, there's a possibility of NATO being on his doorstep. That might not be his main issue, but it's an issue. Here's all the facts. Russia invaded Ukraine. Everyone else in the world is helping Russia. So technically everyone else is his enemy on a technicality
Okay,
right now.
I don't think the problem is you can say that there is enemy, but you'd have to define what do you mean by enemy? Do you believe that like enemy is in like after they get through with Ukraine, they're going to attack Russia and he's going to lose all his power in Russia?
What I'm saying is, fine. The rest of the world is helping his enemy. Fine.
Okay.
So the rest of the world is helping his enemy.
So what should he be scared of exactly? Like what is going to cause him to like throw nukes? Like what is like the main like what is does he think like oh NATO's going to invade me or like
I don't think he's dumb enough to do that. I honestly don't think so. If anything, he's going to use the if nukes are involved, it's going to be some sort of tactical nuke, which is way smaller and all that. It ain't going to be like an ICBM being fired through the air because that's old tech. Like there's way more modern new things, like shit we have no fucking clue about that would be used if, like.
But that doesn't answer the like what okay. What do you think that he's scared of, or what do you think like it's when he says NATO expansion? What does he mean by NATO expansion? Like, what do you think that he's scared of when he says NATO expansion?
I believe that he doesn't like NATO expansion because those are countries that he can't accept into his Russian Federation. He wants the Soviet Union back. That's what he said many, many times. you can't have the Soviet Union back if Ukraine, Finland, Germany, all the Baltic states are all part of NATO.
Okay,
You're
so
never going back to the Soviet Union, and you get to stay your small country that's pretty much a brick of fucking ice and that has no good trading ports.
okay, so let's say he's not able to create the Soviet Union. Do you think that's a good reason for him to start throwing nukes? Do you think he'll start doing it then?
I don't know. I just know that he's backed into a corner then, and
But he's not like it's not like he's back into a corner and like we're gonna attack him at any moment. It's like
no, he's
he
powerless.
just loses. He
He's
just
powerless.
loses. Okay, but do you think that because he doesn't have the ability to start attacking other things, do you think he's just gonna find another country maybe that's not connected to Russia that he's gonna attack? Like that could be a possibility. Like he may just move on to somewhere else.
All of it is freaking weird, and neither of us is ever gonna know what's gonna happen. But obviously, he's not happy about having NATO on his border. I can at least say that. I know he's not happy about NATO helping Ukraine.
Yeah, I may not be happy, obviously, because like I think Russia's getting kind of like beaten. It's probably looking pretty bad for him. But I don't even know what her point was trying to get into this. But like I don't think that he's scared to the point to where he's like, I'm a caged animal. I'm gonna do some crazy shit. I'm gonna blow up all of Russia. I'm gonna blow up like all the rest of the world. Like I don't think he's at that point. I don't think he will get to that point. The only way he gets to that point is if NATO is like, all right, now we're just gonna take Russia.
Okay, let me I'll say this and then we can kind of be done. But if you have two superpowers, right?
Yep.
And you have nukes. Let's say it's me and you. You have nukes, I have nukes, right?
Mm-hmm.
We both know that we could destroy each other.
Yep.
Right? Let's say that I figured out a way to stop your nukes. Who has more power?
Obviously.
Now we're most likely we don't want to be destroyed.
Yep.
But now I kind of have more chips on my side because I know how to shut your system down or whatever if you try to fire back at me.
Yep.
And it won't hurt me, right?
Mm-hmm.
It might hurt other people, but it won't hurt me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's a power play. Like you have less chips on the table, you have less pull as a country. And when you put NATO on his border and you put our, let's say anything that intercepts missiles or anything like that, his chips on his side lessen and ours get bigger because we're sitting over here in the United States. And if he fires something and we shoot it down or knock it down or EMP attack, we get affected 0. And he gets affected. Now, that's most likely never going to happen because it's already kind of happened once when they had that fault. There's a nuclear sub, a Russian nuclear sub that got a call saying fire this nuke right now.
And they didn't want to do it.
They didn't want to do it. So, and it comes down to the individuals too. We always forget about that. So I don't even know if people could actually do it knowing what would happen. Yeah. But it's like a power thing. Like, hey, it's like, because it's not modern war. It's not like, hey, I have the bigger gun. I have a bigger one than you. It's like we both have this and we're trying to like move our chips and gain more chips to say, hey, you better watch out for me because I could do, it's like playing chess. Like, hey, I could move my queen here, but I could move this knight over here. And when you lessen his players on the board, it makes him to make less plays, which makes you more powerful. And it just means you can throw your weight around in negotiations and like sanctions and stuff like that. And he loses grip of his power on the world. And that's, I think, the big thing that he's scared about.
I don't think that so let's say we get Ukraine. Let's say we get Finland. Let's say we put all these anti-nuke things on there. How is he going to fire nukes at the U.S.? Is he going to go through those countries, or is he just going to turn around on his other side and throw them the other way?
What do you mean?
Like
he's probably going to shoot them over the pole, is what he would do if he's going to shoot big nukes.
So why would it matter if we have anti-nuclear like missiles on like in Finland and Ukraine?
I don't know. We could stop them earlier. We'd be way easier to get spies in there.
Maybe, but like I don't think that's like a. Oh, I just don't think that changes the scenario.